Something new is coming to Poindexter Lounge. New voices, new personalities. If you think you know, you don't know Jack.
What's up, nerd family? Welcome once again to the Poindexter Lounge. My name is Enosh, aka Enosh Fett, and it is good to have you with me in the lounge today. Now, look, if this is your first time to the lounge, just know that the Poindexter Lounge is a place for nerds. It's a place where you and me and my crew can get together and talk about all the things that we love. Things like TV shows, movies, games, sci-fi, fantasy, comic books, superheroes, toys, and so much more. And if those are things that get you excited, if entertainment news get you hyped up in the morning and get you out and on the road, then hey, you found the right place. So please hit the subscribe button. It's a real easy thing. It's a wonderful thing that you can do to help us. And it makes us very, very happy when you hit that subscribe button and we see that and that you subscribed. You know, it means a lot to us. And so thank you to everyone who is subscribed. Please make sure you're still subscribed because YouTube does weird stuff sometimes. But yes, please hit that subscribe button as well as that notification bell and join this growing group of nerds. And I'll tell you what, we have an awesome family here. You guys are fantastic. I can't tell you enough. You are truly the best audience. And you know what's great is you're not just an audience. You guys participate in this thing. You know, you guys are part of what we do here. You are part of the show. So hey, I can't tell you enough. You guys are the best community that I've ever seen. And so thank you guys. Thank you so much for all that you do. And of course, real quick, as we always do, thank you to everyone who supports the channel some way. Hey, you just being here supports the channel. But thank you to everyone who as well supports the channel in a financial way. We really appreciate you. We want to recognize you, all the patrons, all of the members. You guys are awesome. Can't tell you guys enough how much you guys mean to us and how awesome you truly are. And we're very grateful. Very grateful. We don't take you for granted at all. And of course, everyone who gives super chats, you guys are awesome. You guys bring a smile to the lovely Tiff-tastic's face when she knows that you know, I'm not just down here, you know, spending my evenings alone for nothing while I don't have a job. But we appreciate you and everybody who donates in some way or goes to our store and picks up a shirt. You guys are whatever with these logos on it, with these designs on it. You guys are awesome too. So thank you guys so much for all your support that way. And like I said, thank you for just being here. Your presence is the biggest thing. And so we're grateful to all of you. Now, that being said, you may have seen our intro. I forgot to turn this light on. It's a little dark back there. Oh, look at that. A red light. Red light. Henry's like leaning to the side there. He's just like, he needs a V8. But hey, you may have noticed our intro. 2/1/22. Something's coming. So you're going to want to be aware of that. That's all I will say about that. Something's coming. All right. So day, what is it now? Was it day 7? Been fighting this thing. You may be able to tell I'm feeling a little bit better today. Feeling a little bit more spunky, feeling a little bit more into it. The sinus stuff is kind of dissipating a bit, and I'm feeling a little bit better. And so thank you to everyone who has been out there, who has just been showing your love and your support this last week. For those of you who don't know, maybe you haven't been here in a little while. My family and we fought the old COVID bug this week, and we've won. And so we're a couple of us got tested today, retested, just to make sure so people can go back to work. And then me and a couple of the boys are getting tested tomorrow. Actually, I think we're all getting tested tomorrow now. I think I was wrong about that. We didn't all nobody got tested today. But so we're going to get tested tomorrow to make sure everybody's fine and healthy and able to go back to work and able to go back to doing things. There's still that lethargy where it's just like, oh man, it's hard to get up and hard to, do stuff and everything. But, that too shall pass. And so, it is what it is. We're doing good so far, and everybody's doing healthy and doing healthy. Is that a term? Doing healthy? Not quite sure, but we're doing well. And we appreciate all your love and concern over the last week or so for all of us. I'm going to say what's up to the chat here, but also, we got some stuff to talk about. And once again, tonight, I am going to put this out there. You can join the conversation if you would like. Here is the link. There is the StreamYard link right there. So if you would like to join the conversation and talk about some of these things with us, then go ahead and you can hit that, and let's talk. Let's do this thing. All right. Excuse me. Feel free to join. All right. You Do Suck is here. What's up, You Do Suck? Good to see you, brother. Arkham Gaming says, hey, Enosh, I can't wait to give my opinions on the DC stuff. I love talking about DC, and I'm also a big Batman fan. Well, I can't wait to talk to you all, man. Get in here whenever you want. Draga52 is here, says, make sure to like and subscribe. I like this guy. This guy gets it. He understands, and he's a member. Look at that. Awesome. Don't forget, with membership, you get the cool, emoticons and stuff. Oh, you know what? I gotta give these away. These books right here. Man, I keep forgetting to draw a name. I apologize. It's been a busy couple days though, trying to catch up, So hopefully we'll get to that tomorrow night. But that's our latest giveaway is the Thrawn trilogy from Legends, from Star Wars. So if you're interested in that, all you got to do is be a member, a patron, or give a super chat or whatever to the channel of any kind, and you are automatically in the running for it. Okay. What says, what up, Enosh? Anthony Beltre is here. What up, Enosh? I can't wait to see the Batman movie. Heck yeah. Dark Star says, what up, Enosh? Good to see you. Abel is here. Love the Flash thing. Says, what's up, Enosh? Good to see you. Andrew Casali. I think Andrew saw that I put some Spider-Man news out there, and he says, what's hanging, Enosh? More Spider-Man. You saw, well, more Tobey Maguire, the better. There you go. Hope you're doing well, man. Hal Jordan is here, says, what's up, Enosh? Andrew Garfield is my fave Spider-Man. I've said this, and I've been surprised by it, but he's mine too. I thought that mine was Tobey for the longest time. But honestly, after rewatching the first 7 movies and then watching Spider-Man No Way Home, no offense, Andrew, I love you. I love Tobey too. But dang, if I wasn't wrong. And Andrew Garfield, and I'll tell you what, Andrew Garfield, not just as Spider-Man, Andrew Garfield impresses me greatly. That man, Andrew Garfield is just got such a charisma about him. He's got such a charisma about him, and man, he's a great actor. Can't take that away from him for sure. What's up, Marcus? Says Cassandra Cain is greater than Barbie Gordon. I don't know. Call me old school. What's up, Keely Chow? Says, hey, everybody. Dat dude Vince is here. What's up, Dat dude Vince? Good to see you. Says, hey, y'all. She wore she has a better suit. She's fighting star than I don't know, man. I don't know. There's something always something good about Barbara. What's up, Zeno? Hey, man. You know what? I'm feeling good, man. I'm feeling good. If you can't tell, I got a little bit more energy, got a little bit more pep. I'm wearing my CM Punk Best in the World shirt tonight that Tiffany got me, and so I'm a happy man. And so yeah, it's gonna be a good night. And hey, man, Zeno, you're welcome, man, to jump on in here. Jump on in here, brother. Let's talk, man. What's up, Antonio? You know, what's been good is like a lot of people have been away lately. A lot of people have been, you know, like on hiatus, going doing different stuff and everything else and whatnot, taking breaks and blah, blah, blah. And this opens up opportunity for new voices and new people to be heard here in the Poindexter Lounge. And so for a while, we haven't done a lot as far as, you know, call-in shows. And so now that is there for you guys to be able to call in tonight. All right. And be a part of the panel. So let's do this. All right. Let's get this party going. And you know what? I did put it in there. So I'm going to not just put it in there, but I need to pin it. So I will now pin that there. So you are welcome to jump in. Someone just did. And so we'll get to that in a second. But no, we'll get you on as a panel. Right. You know, we'll talk about some stuff. Okay. Yeah. Antonio is here. Good to see you, Antonio. Jared Darkside Zenosh here says, hey guys, Kevin Smith talked about Joss Whedon. LOL. His real name is Joseph, by the way. Yes. We read that. That's interesting. I didn't see that Kevin Smith talked about Joss Whedon. I'll have to look that up. Maybe I'll look that up tonight while we're going through this stuff. Let's see who else is here. Oh, hey, what's up, Shalise? Good to see you, Shalise. Glad you're back. Good to see you. Alex Brunner is here. Good to see you, Alex. Caleb is here. Hey, there she is. It's baby girl. And Tiffany's going to get a kick out of this because I don't know if Tiffany has seen since I got the drop for this, but she's very aware of it because we used this drop a ton when I was in radio, and Tiffany was part of my radio show as the lovely Tiff-tastic. Tiffany used to do the radio show with me sometimes. It was me. It was called The Rock Show. It was me, my friend Mike Beer, and the lovely Tiff-tastic. And yeah, she started off as in the chat and became my girlfriend. We were friends before that, but yeah, it's funny. But yeah, baby girl, good to see you tonight.
Hi, baby girl.
I never get enough of that drop. I'm sorry. I just don't. Fear Jason is here. What's up, Jason? Good to see you, sir. Who else is here? Did you like the teaser? We might have to play it again here in a minute. Integrity 101 is here. It says, I'm here, Enosh. You can start the show now. I know we started a little bit later than usual tonight, but you know, I had a lot to do tonight. Spent some time with my wife, watched some TV, watched Book of Boba Fett, did some different stuff. And I had a couple of meetings that I had to have this evening. So it's all good. Says, I'm going to listen while working hard on my fan edits. Oh, and Zack Snyder's Justice League 2 is inevitable. There you go. And look who is here, folks. It is the lovely Tiff-tastic. Show her some love, guys. You know what? She needs to be here on the channel more. And if you want to see more of the lovely Tiff-tastic, please press 1 in put a number 1 in your in the chat right now, because we think that she's just that Tiff-tastic in every way. So she's awesome. So show her some love tonight. What's up, Josh? Good to see you, sir. Josh Order Revan. Good to see you. Caden is here. Caden, why don't you jump on in, man? Says hello, nerds. Good to see you, Caden. Let's see who else is here real quick. TW McKay is here. Says, what's up, Enosh? I've missed this. I wish I had the energy to join the panel, but I shall be in the chat. All right, buddy. All right, man. I miss you, buddy. It's been a while since I've talked to TW, man, and we need TW in here. We need to get some old school stuff going on in here for sure. It's gonna be a pretty good show tonight. It is. It's gonna be a pretty good show tonight. I like that energy. It's gonna be a pretty good show tonight. It's gonna be pretty good. We're gonna dig it. It's gonna be all right. Yes, the PM sunk shirt. I almost said PM sunk shirt. The CM Punk shirt. Oh, excuse me. We're getting there. We're getting there. Yes, Zeno is celebrating Tiff. Look there, Tiff is right back at it. This is why Enash is awesome. Well, I appreciate that. I definitely appreciate that. The Dark Lennial is here. Says Death of the Justice League. Let's go. Yes, we're going to talk about that tonight. That is one of our topics tonight. TW is showing some love to Tiff as well. Here, there we go. We Are Venom says, "Sup, Enosh, good to see you." So for some reason, we have not been able to broadcast on Twitter now for over a week, and I don't know what the deal is. I don't know if it's a StreamYard thing. I don't know if it's a Twitter thing. I've disconnected it, reconnected it to Twitter, everything, and it's just not. So I apologize if you guys are used to watching us on Twitter. It kind of bums me out that you're not able to be there. But what's up, Elena Deli? Good to see you, brother. Good to see you. I hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing well. Yes, everybody giving the lovely Tiftastic some love in there. I love it. What's up, Cherie? Good to see you in here, Cherie. The Dork Knight is here. Says Ray Fisher coming back on the lounge. He will be. Yep. Well, we're gonna have to. We'll have to get to that. But don't know quite when yet. We'll see. Yes. So glad everyone is feeling better now. Tiff, Enosh, and Lil Sus. Lil Sus is feeling better. He's doing well. Even he got it last, but you know what? Lil Sus is doing great. Oh, it's awesome.
I'm so tired.
You're tired. Eh?
I'm feeling great. I'm feeling good.
Okay. Dad.
Hi, Dad.
Lil Sus is on the mend. Faux show. Love it. Love it. Love it. Love it. Love it. Yes. All right. Let's see who else is here real quick, and then we're going to bring our panel of guests in because we got some people back there now, so that's good. Let's see. Anybody else here? Anthony Strader is here. Good to see Anthony Strader. Says the Batman from 2004 cartoon is the best version of Batman. We have gotten such an underrated show. I even loved Batgirl on that show. You know, that cartoon I was okay with. I wasn't a huge fan of that cartoon though. I'll be honest with you. I'm glad. I am glad you like it. I would, hey, everybody's got, like, I understand why people like it. I just, at the time, I just didn't really watch it a lot. I'll be honest with you. And I haven't really revisited it. But I probably need to. I do probably need to. Oh yeah, Hacksaw Ridge, man, is awesome. Yeah, Garfield is awesome, man. Yes, Garfield Spider-Man was definitely good in No Way Home. Absolutely. Yeah, Tiff and I just watched Tick Tick Boom the other day, and very, very good. I agree with Josh here. Andrew Garfield is underrated. But I think people are really starting to discover him and realize just how how good the guy is, because he does a great job. Amparo is here. Amparo, it is good to see you. I am so glad to see you. Glad you are here. What did I think about this week's Book of Boba Fett? I liked it. I don't understand all the hate for Book of Boba Fett right now. I really don't. It's telling the story that it needs to tell. It's setting up some things, and I think people just need to chill and be told a story. I keep saying this, and I keep meaning this when I say it. Sit back, chill, let the story be told. Once a story's done, then critique the story, do whatever, tear the story a new one, right? But too many people get ahead of it, and they're just like, I wanted to see this, I wanted to see this, I wanted to see this. Wait until the story's done. Here we see that, yes, people definitely want to see more of Tiff here on the show. See that, Tiff? See all those ones? See that? Look at all those ones. Yes. Yes, of course, let's have the great couple together. See, Tiff? I told you. Tiff sometimes feels like this is the Enosh show. And yeah, I keep the channel going and I keep the things going and stuff, but I know that you guys love her so much, because every time I mention her, you guys go nuts for her. And so a lot of times she's asleep and she's not, awake when I'm doing the show. So but I just wanted you guys to show her some love, because I need to get her on the program more often, during her normal waking hours. Yes, PM Sunk is his brother. Yes, CM Punk's brother. For sure. All right, guys. All right. That being said, we are Strawberry. I know the kid. Oh my gosh, poor Landon. Yeah, for those of you who didn't know what those videos were, Landon got his wisdom teeth out. And so yeah, we took full advantage of that.
What?
I want to see what my teeth look like.
They took your teeth out.
I know I want to hold them.
Okay, so we'll cross that bridge when it comes. Let's see what they say first. Let me go get these signs for you.
Oh, it's just so weird. I always saw those videos. And people were like,
What kind of ice cream do you want?
ooh, strawberry.
Okay.
Strawberry. What's up, Angie? Good to see you, Angie. Always good to see Angie in the chat. Yes. So good stuff. All right. So we got a great panel, and so let's just what's up, Peace Walker? Good to see you, Peace Walker. I saw you sneak in there. All right, so let's get to some of these stories, but first let's get to some of the panelists for tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome Mr. G. Cooley. What's going on, G. Cooley?
What up, man? How's it going?
It's going good, man. I'm doing a lot better than I was last week. So,
Oh, that's all that matters, man.
that's all that matters, man. I'm feeling better. Got my energy back. I'm back up and running, and I'm ready to talk some entertainment news. So, are you ready?
No,
Oh, okay.
but I'm
Well,
here.
Thanks for being here. See you next time. It was great having G. Cooley on. Making his way back, Mr. Arkham Gaming. What's up, Mr. Gaming? How are you, sir?
I'm doing good. I'm really excited for the DC news.
Yeah. All right. Well, we'll get there. We got some DC news. We got some different kinds of news tonight. So it's kind of all over the place. And even some stuff that I'm not super excited about, because it's not all about me. So it's going to be overall. And also making his debut on the show, Mr. Brodan. How are you, sir?
You stole all my damn viewers, mate. Anyway,
Welcome, Brodan. Why don't you tell everybody a little bit about your channel?
I mean, I would lie to you guys and say it's a great, positive, fun place, but it's not. I would lie to you, but you're gonna see it. But we kind of cover everything. I have a literal I don't know how to explain my crew. We have two podcasts, the Bad Boys and then the New Crew. The New Crew, we have a comics historian. Literally, I'm not lying to you. If I ask him anything, for some effing reason, he'll know it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I never knew anyone that knew that much about the Eternals until I asked him. I'm like, how could you get past the first page without boring yourself to sleep? I did it. He got through that. He's 40 years of comics experience. You guys can ask him anything. If you guys don't know him, I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
You guys can watch the podcast. We also have the Bad Boys, where honestly, if you've seen the amount of insane shit we've gone through, I mean, me, Chris, and Mac have probably triggered more people on here than anyone. I mean, we are the ones who had to. If you guys remember that night that Jeremy came in, for some reason, Chris pissed him off. I don't know. We pissed him off. I'm not gonna lie. We just pissed him off. I mean, I'm just sitting there going, is that really him in the chat? And all of a sudden I see he's like, which one of you said this? I'm like, it was us. You just made fun of your beard, man. Jesus, chill out. We didn't, just your beard. Of all the things we've said about you, it's just the beard. So we had that. We're trying to be better than we were, but
welcome to the club, sir. Because you know what? I don't even try to get myself into trouble, and I end up pissing people off. So,
well, in fairness, Enosh, we do. We like.
See, can you imagine the trouble that I would get in if I literally tried to get into trouble?
Oh man, honestly,
tried to get.
I swear to God, I would just rule the internet.
It's fun,
drama internet. If I actually tried,
I equated to the dark side, where it seems so fun at the time.
The dark side
you and fucks up your life.
Well, listen. In the last year, though, I have taken on the best of the best. I mean, and we've lived and we've destroyed them and moved on. I mean, I started off big, man. man. I started off taking on, Andy Signor and Jody's Corner.
Yeah.
And I mean, so much they were so pissed off at me, they were trying to get me off the internet.
Oh, oh God, man. We stuck up for them and we went against you, and I apologize for that. We misjudged those two asses, and I apologize first and foremost. Me and Chris feel so terrible about that. We really do. We really respected Andy, man. That was a mistake, a huge mistake on our part. But
well, if you watch those old videos, I mean, that's all I was ever trying to communicate to him as well. Was like I was a huge fan of Andy Signor.
Yeah, that's the sad part, right?
And everybody finds out at a different time.
Yeah, it's the thing about YouTube, man.
And that's the crazy thing is like you find out when you find out, and and you don't want to see those things in the people that you watch and those the people that you looked up to, and and
there's nothing worse to me than having a YouTuber let you down, someone you put your time, your money, like happened to me with Lucas. That dude, screw that guy. It's funny. Honestly, I have so much more respect for Jeremy than I ever did before. That's crazy. I remember, like, I used to get into fights. I mean, I almost got into a giant fight with Jesse Milestone on here out of nowhere. I was like, really? Well,
I'll get in trouble because I always keep forgetting her name because she just doesn't seem that important to me.
She sucks. Okay, she freaking sucks. All right, I'm gonna keep it real with you guys. This woman is an Olympic alternate for fencing, and yet all she does is whine about BS. I hate her.
Well, we take on Doomcock on a weekly basis. I've taken on Jeremy. I've gotten Jeremy pissed off at me enough that he actually came into my chat. And 3.5 hours of debating Jeremy. I mean, if you want to talk about ticking him off, yeah, man, like called him a dick to his face, and
I love that, man. What's funny? I've said some really terrible things on here about people, and I'd like to apologize first and foremost, except to Anna, that Star Wars girl. Everything I said about you is true. You suck. But
she does. Listen,
she sucks.
I should bring Tiffany. I always want to channel everything that I say about Anna, the Star Wars girl, through my wife. Because at least if she says it, like they can just
doesn't feel bad, right?
Yeah, like if she tells me that like this girl sucks, like then I'm like, okay, I'm good. Like I surprised Tiffany with a trip to for 2 years ago for her 40th birthday to Disney, right?
Mm-hmm.
To go to Galaxy's Edge. Right. And I did it live on the air. And how I did it was I did it as a reaction to Anna's video of walking through Galaxy's Edge, complaining about everything for an hour. And I just came back and I just acted like I was like super ticked off about the video. And we all sat down and I was showing her the video. I'm like, you got to see this. And she's like, what? And I'm just like, this girl, she calls herself that Star Wars girl. And Tiffany's watching. And she's just like, does she like Star Wars?
Right.
Because she's like, she doesn't seem to like Star Wars. And I'm like, God, I know. And so we watched the whole thing. And so finally I get to the very end and I'm just like, okay, you know what? This is super wrong. Here this girl gets to go to Galaxy's Edge. I'm like, Tiff, can you imagine? Like, I can only imagine, how you would feel if you got to go to Galaxy's Edge. She goes, oh, I really want to go to Galaxy's Edge. She loves Disney and she hadn't been in a few years. And, since then, obviously, with the Star Wars stuff and everything. And she's just like, I just can't wait till we can save up the money and go and everything. And I was just like, well, maybe we should just, freaking leave it up to the chat. Should we go? And everybody was just like, yeah, you should go. Because I literally deleted Tiffany from all of our social media and her subscription to the channel and everything. I went on her phone and I deleted it all so she couldn't see any announcement of what I was doing. And I told everybody that it was a surprise for her. And so everybody knew. So everybody was in on the joke except for Tiffany. How I did that, I don't know. But I got it.
That's incredible. This is the internet, man.
Yeah, man. And so I finally said to the chat, I said, hey, what do you guys think? Should we go, and let this Star Wars girl, actually appreciate it? And everybody's like, yeah, go. And she's just like, well, that'd be nice and everything. My son Landon was there and I said, Landon, give me the calendar. And like, he pulls this calendar out of his shirt and she's like, what? And I'm just like, let's see, when can we go? And I circle these dates and I'm like, how about that? How about your birthday? And she's just like, what? And she's just looking at me like, huh? What is going on here? And so, yeah, so I surprised her. And so, a real Star Wars girl got to go. And of course she enjoyed it and loved it.
I will say this about Anna, and this is the most highest compliment I can give. That woman is a very talented woman. And after that, I hate every second of her. But that's about it.
Look, and that's things like that's nothing personal against her. Like, I always point out like the people that I do talk about, when I do talk about somebody, it's because I feel strongly about it. Right.
You know,
And I
very
feel that
disappointing.
there's a need for me talking about that
Yeah.
thing. I'm not just going after people just to go after people, just to, clout chase or, like get people to watch my, thing. If I talk about somebody, it's because there's something fundamentally there. And I know with her, especially, it's the same thing it's the same problem that I have. I give her equal footing. I don't care that she's a woman or if there's a man or whatever.
No,
I look at a lot of people in the Fandom Menace. Of course, now they don't want to be a part of the Fandom Menace.
No, there is no Fandom. That didn't break apart.
We ran away, whatever. But that's why I address people like I've addressed people like Jeremy. I've addressed people like Anna. I've addressed people like Doomcock. I've addressed those people. And look, not everybody's a jerk. Not everybody's a jerk who's a part of that thing. But when people just literally are griping and they're trying to monetize ruining fandom, like just making people angry just to make people angry. When I look at Doomcock and Doomcock is just going on about stay angry, my friends, like he's not really trying to solve a problem or trying to work something out. He's just trying to just raise people up and just getting people angry.
You know what? I don't hate Doomcock. I actually say it like this. That guy gives me so much fun when I get to make fun of him, make a show out of him, because I had this thing called Line with Doomcock. And I literally get a voice changer, and then I use his picture, and then I put some funny stuff around it. I put change on it. Yes, that's awesome. I want that now. I want that. That should be sold everywhere. I literally put a chain on this guy. A chain. And then I put a freaking backwards baseball cap. And that's the whole point. I'm like, you know what?
We've got plenty of great artwork that people, because we do I don't know if you're familiar with our show 2 Cents on Nonsense.
I've not looked into it. I've been
okay.
So busy.
So usually on Sunday nights, we're trying to get it back up and going because my co-host has not been able to do it lately. But we have a show called 2 Cents on Nonsense, and that's where we talk about things like Doomcock and other people who just spread stuff that's not really there. And so what's great is we have so many people in the chat. The chat is the best part of that show, to be honest with you, because we just laugh, and I always make sure that people know that it's a fun show. It's not just your typical, hey, we watch a Doomcock video or a Mike Zero video and just make fun of it, or put it down. We're having fun because we're literally listening to just the nonsense. Right.
I love that guy, man.
And so we talk about that, but it's funny, people make stuff for us all the time. Yes, Tiffany says here that it's just the start to 2022 and we're already taking on COVID.
Man, join the club.
She's Mike Zero's girlfriend. We got here Kathleen Kennedy she's Mike Zero's girlfriend. But this is some of our favorite stuff, like one of our sponsors, Doomagra. Guaranteed to keep your anger rock hard from Crawford Johnson Industries.
I need that.
Yes, and then of course after you do that, try Doom Enema. When you need to flush all logic, try Doom Enema. And while you're there, go across the street after Doom Enema, of course, suggested by the Doomcock Proctology Center. Because when it comes to crap, he's an expert.
Oh, man, that guy.
And after you got all flushed out, make sure to go to DC Burger.
Good Lord.
For the burger, stay for the explosive diarrhea subsidy of.
You know what? Is that not owned by Warner Bros? If it says DC Burger, I can see it being owned by Warner Bros.
It might be. But in the end, it's all smoke and mirrors.
I mean, honestly, you ruined my childhood.
in the end, it's all just smoke and mirrors, So, and then of course, this is one of my favorite things. I know we got topics to get to today, but this is
it's fun.
This is one of my.
I understand.
Where is it? Where is
my
ADHD,
video? Y'all? I can't.
Here's one of my favorite videos right here. I love it. Love it,
man. He's entertainment. I used to hate these people, but I realized something. They're just entertainment to me. It's the same.
I don't hate anybody. I don't hate anybody. What I want is I just want people to be honest.
Exactly.
Like if you don't like something, that's fine. I don't hate anybody for liking something or not liking something or whatever that I don't like or whatever. But just don't try to stir people up just to get people angry about stuff and then ruin it for other people.
Or lie to them. Like the one thing that I hate about some YouTubers is like they don't give their honest opinion. They just lie to their audience face and stuff like that. So like I hate that.
Yeah. I mean, and look, we just watched the Doomcock video the other day where like he was talking about Book of Boba Fett, where, they got these two symbols that Nikto gang, put on the outside of the the HUD or whatever, and trying to say that it, in HUDese it's a K, so
Yep.
it was KK. So, oh look, Dave Filoni and John Favreau are trying to send a message to Kathleen Kennedy
Like,
that
shut
we're
up,
not going to.
man.
It's like, come on.
You know what? I'm going to say it like this. Jeremy said it the best way he could. He said it when he was ripping on. I know no one goes to the political sphere. Unfortunately, I do. With that whole thing about that Jack Murphy scumbag when he ripped on that poor girl. And he said, "Listen, you know what, man? You know better than me. You take articles, you rage bait off of them, and you make money. That's what I do." I'm like, you know what, Jeremy? That's one of the realest things you've ever said, and I respect the hell out of it. And I found myself going, that's what I want. Just say it. If you're doing it, go ahead, make your money. I don't care. If you're just honest about it, and you're saying, yeah, I honestly rage bait, go make your money. I don't care.
I gained a lot more respect for him when he said,
if you believe Doomcock's rumors, that's great. I don't.
Yeah, I love that too. I love that too. Man.
That made me a whole lot happier. So, anyways, so tonight we do have some stuff. So thank you guys for being here. Good to see you. Lena Deli jumped in here. I saw Lena Jelly.
Good to see you, Inash. What's up, guys?
What's going on, man?
How are you feeling?
What's up, man?
I'm feeling better, man. I'm feeling better. It's getting better every day, So for sure. So, okay. So let's talk about a couple of things right off the bat. So first of all, let me pull up the right one here. Where did it go? Oh, I know what I did with that. Okay. So the Flash movie's coming out, and depending upon where you're at, people are either, like super ticked off that the Flash movie's coming out, or they're super excited for it. And, it is what it is. But whoops. Hold on a second here. I had this. Here we go. But one thing that was announced today is that there will be a Flash prequel comic that will be coming out that will be telling the story leading up to the Flash movie. Now, are you guys? I don't know where everybody is on this. We're just not hating on anything.
I'm just trying to understand. Why is there a Flash movie and yet I've heard no mention of Wally West?
Well, Wally West. I love Wally West, but Barry.
I like Barry. I just want the Flash family. I don't know.
Well, they'll get there. I mean, this is the Flash's first movie. So
I know.
he's got to show up, right?
I know, but
he's already getting outclassed in his own movie because
I'm just trying to understand why we have Supergirl. Where's the other? I don't know. I mean, you have all these people that I don't know. I love Keaton Batman.
I like the art. Like the art looks very.
I love the artwork too. I like that. See, I wish they wore that suit. Just a nice, simple Flash suit instead of all the extravagant stuff they try to put on it. Just make it simple.
Yeah, his new suit's massive.
Oh, the big helmet! I don't understand. I don't understand.
Especially over the eyes, around the eyes. It looks like a whole inch from his eye.
It's so weird looking. It's
so
weird looking.
At least with Zach, I felt Zach put it was like tacked out in a good way,
I've seen that suit up close. Because I've been to the Warner Brothers lot, and I got to see all those suits up close from all the suits from Justice League, right? And I was one of these people that when I first saw the Flash outfit, I wasn't a huge fan at first, but then it grew on me, like the more I saw it, and then getting to see it up close was like, wow.
The detail put into it.
The detail put in that suit, and I'll tell you what, that suit makes so much sense when you think about like why he built it the way, it's like his own suit that he built, and then when you hear the line, that he's using like, parts off of the space shuttle, you know what I mean, for re-entry and stuff.
It's got practical use.
Yeah, it had practical use, and I really like that.
It's like a crash dummy suit. That's why I like it. It's like a little crash dummy suit.
It reminded me of the Injustice Flash costume from the comics a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Like it gave me those vibes with Zack Snyder's like Flash costume. Like it just looks very similar to the Injustice comic books and games.
And it makes sense. Barry runs so fast. He needs a suit like that.
Yeah, but this, I mean, this looks good here as far as like artwork. Some things look great on paper. They don't translate always well to live action. But this looks good. I mean, for the comic portion of it, anyways. But this is what's coming in April of this year. says there's a 3-issue monthly series racing to comic book shops April 26, 2022. The series is available as a collected paperback on October of 2022, so right before the movie comes out. This is the first ever The Flash feature film, hits theaters November of 2022. So it says this April, writer Kenny Porter and artist Ricardo Lopez Ortiz combine the worlds of movies and comic books in The Flash, The Fastest Man Alive, a 3-issue monthly series that leads up to The Flash, the hotly anticipated action adventure from Warner Brothers Pictures. In The Flash, The Fastest Man Alive, Barry Allen's world-saving adventure with the Justice League has driven Central City's favorite son to become a truly skilled and inspirational superhero. But when a new threat by the name of Girder emerges in Central City, Barry turns to Batman for advice on training to master his powers. Under the Dark Knight's tutelage, the Fastest Man Alive will have to find a way to defeat this metallic menace or be crushed by Girder's strength. This 48-page debut issue arrives in participating comic book shops and digital retailers on Tuesday, April 26, 2022, with a collection of the 3-issue series available in October. Issue number 1 features a main cover by Max Fumara, with a variant cover by the director of The Flash, Andy Muschietti. The Flash arrives in theaters November 4th, 2022. Issue number 2, available in May, will feature art by fan favorite Juan. Was it Ferry? How do you pronounce that? Ferreira, with Jason Howard providing art for the final issues in July. So we're going to get a little bit of a prequel to The Flash before we get there.
Sounds cool. Interesting.
Yeah, I mean, it looks good.
Something about him being trained by Batman. Did I hear that?
Yeah.
Did you say something?
Yeah.
And this is supposed to be a prequel?
Yep, this is supposed to be basically he turns to what's interesting is they mention Justice League. So I'm just curious. I'm really curious how they're going to play that out.
Yeah, exactly.
What Justice League are we talking about?
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Which Justice?
Yeah.
No, obviously it's got to be Justice League.
Maybe, but you know what? You know what, Lena Deli? I don't know, because I'll be honest with you, Muschietti, everything that I've heard has said that he actually rewrote parts of the movie after he saw
after the Snyder Cut.
the Snyder Cut. That, at first he had one direction for it, but then when he saw the Snyder Cut, it took him in a different direction. I think personally, if you watch the Snyder Cut, the Flash in the Snyder Cut is a lot better than Justice League.
Yeah, because he can actually time travel.
Yeah. It actually shows him like utilizing his powers, but yeah, I mean, it's one of those things we're going to have to, wait and see what they do.
In the comic, the Batman that he's going to turn to for training is Ben Affleck's.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. So that'll be Ben Affleck's Batman. Yeah. So we'll get some Ben Affleck in that one, at least, or at least his Batman. But I guess learning how to hone his powers, maybe that's where he gets his new suit.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, the rumors have been that Batman kind of convinces him to, go back in time or something. And, maybe that's what leads up to that. I'm just interested to see this Flash actually taking on some villains himself. I
always liked the idea of Batman training Barry Allen in the comics, because you see that kind of relationship between Barry and Bruce. Like I remember seeing that relationship in Rebirth, and I kind of like seeing that, like, if they're doing this prequel comic, I'm interested in how they're gonna do that kind of friendship between the two in the Flash movie.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because they were good friends in the. Well, I mean, they weren't good friends, but they had a connection. They had a connection. So
Never heard of this Girder guy.
I'm not big on Girder either. But Caden says that Girder was an ex-classmate of Barry Allen's. So yeah, I'm not.
I never heard of Girder.
Neither have
Like a weird.
I read so many comics, but I never heard of this person.
Oh, let me see here. Girder. Well, it's the first thing that comes up is on Google. Is Well, I guess he's been on. Yeah, I guess he's been in the Arrowverse. Hold on a second here. Let's. Yeah, so let's get some. Oh, okay, that guy. Oh, okay. All right, let me pull this up here. Yeah, he's just not like, I don't think he's like one of those main guys that, you immediately just go, oh yeah, that guy. But he was this dude.
Oh, okay. The wannabe absorbing man. Basically.
Yeah.
He looks so different from the comics.
Yeah, this is him in the comics here. Yeah.
Is he made of steel or something?
Can like absorb it or something. I think I remember from the show. He like
the
put his hand on it and would like turn to that metal or something. It was basically the absorbing man, but metal.
Yeah.
It's been a while.
So that makes more sense then. So all right. Well, cool. Mm-hmm. Well, you know what? We can look forward to it. That comes out in April. So we'll start to get some of the story leading up to it. And so I look forward to that. Now, have you guys heard the news? Guys, the time has come. Just like 30 years ago, they killed Superman. The Justice League is going to die.
Oh, snap.
Yep. They're killing the Justice League.
I thought Whedon already killed it.
He tried. He tried for sure. But yeah, no.
He had it on the deathbed. I mean, I was kind of like, wow, you're really killing it with the whole lasso scene, buddy. I mean, Jesus.
Oh, yeah.
Yep,
I saw this.
Justice League 75. Look, the irony's not lost on me. Superman number 75. The death of Superman. But yeah, writer Joshua Williamson explains how Justice League 75 will end the current comic series and murder major characters this April.
What the heck?
This is Entertainment Weekly. Basically, 30 years ago, DC Comics killed Superman. From this far-off vantage point, we know that the Man of Steel got better eventually, but after being beaten to death by the monster Doomsday in the pages, blah, 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 he was gone for almost a full calendar year. That's right. And his absence felt real. So now they're going to do the exact same thing with the Justice League. It looks like, was it 9 people that they're, let me see if I can pull up the other one. I don't know about this story so much, but there's some of this artwork here.
That art looks awesome. It's this actually makes sense because leading into Infinite Frontier, like I was reading the comic book series of Infinite Frontier, and the villain is Darkseid. So like, what if Darkseid kills the Justice League? And the other heroes have to step up to defeat this bigger threat that the Justice League couldn't defeat. I actually kind of like this new direction.
But the Justice League has Superman.
Yeah, it says that's all for the future. Though it says in and of itself, Justice League 75 will focus on the apocalyptic battle between the Justice League and the Dark Army in a dead multiverse. Superman, Batman, Wonder Woman, Green Lantern, Jon Stewart, Martian Manhunter, Hawkgirl, Aquaman, Green Arrow, Black Canary, and Zatanna will embark on this mission, and only one will return to tell the rest of the universe what has happened.
I'm kind of interested which one's going to return.
Yeah, out of that group. How much you want to bet it's like Black Canary
or Batman,
like someone that you think would die like right off the bat?
Yeah, hear me out on this, right? So I was talking to somebody about this. Well, I guess Wonder Woman's in there, but so we were talking about the Flash, right? And there's been all this talk about like what happens in the Flash movie, and that supposedly we're gonna have like all these changes, and that we may have this new Justice League, that's made of Supergirl, Batgirl, Wonder Woman, etc. Do you think that they're going to change the Justice League in the comics to resemble a little bit more what that is, or what that's going to be?
No,
I would be surprised. In my opinion,
I kind of feel like this is a very similar thing with like every kind of crossover or like major event in DC Comics, because like there's a pattern usually in DC Comics where they kill basically major characters, then the multiverse restarts and you get this new series and they come back to life. So it's like it's usually a theme. Like I don't see them like even if they die, like after the series, it's gonna reboot anyway. So like they're not technically dead anyway.
Oh wait, you mean they're not just gonna kill them and leave them dead forever?
I hope they don't. They better not.
No, this will be the one time. This will be. They always see. That's the thing too. Is like they always do these, big tent pole things, and then it's just a reboot basically.
Yeah, because I remember when I was reading I think it was Death Metal and stuff like that. They killed like big major characters like Superman, Wonder Woman, and stuff like that.
Everybody basically, yeah.
And like after like Batman Who Last was defeated, the whole multiverse rebooted, and you got Rebirth. So like it's probably gonna be the same thing where like whoever defeats like this, I guess it's Darkseid or something like that. It's gonna probably reboot into another. I don't know what they're gonna call it, like Infinite Frontier 2.0 or something like that.
Yeah. I mean, this is what we get, right? I mean, every once in a while they just end up rebooting it, and But my guess is either Black Canary comes back or Zatanna comes back.
Yeah,
I believe
that's my guess.
Yeah, I can see Black Canary be the one that survives.
Luke bro here says Enosh, Zatanna will come back. Like, well, that sucked. Everybody died. It's like the Weird Al song, Albuquerque, and everybody died except for me. They all went to Albuquerque and just died. It will be interesting to see though, like what comes next, right?
Yeah.
Because I mean, they did this with Death Metal. They,
it's just what DC does all the time. Like after they're done with a major event, they reboot to another. Another. Like it's just what they all do all the time. So it's not really surprising.
I mean, it's a bit early for a reboot, especially for Rebirth.
Yeah, what was that, like 15 years ago? Not even.
Oh, Rebirth was just
Rebirth was recent.
Yeah, what was that? 2016, 17?
Yeah, I forgot what that was.
Something like that. Because I'll tell you, when Rebirth started, I was really excited because it actually brought back my favorite versions of some of these characters, like Superman, for example. That was my favorite version of Superman, when they brought him back, because that was the version that I had, been a part of in the 90s and stuff. That was who that was. And so I was really excited. I started collecting all kinds of issues, like I was collecting Superman, Action Comics, Batman, Detective Comics, Flash, and Justice League. Like I started collecting like 6 titles right off the bat.
Nice.
And then I fell off again because it just didn't work for me. It started getting weird.
I hope not another reboot.
Yeah, the Dork Knight here says, so was Rebirth a failure since they need to reboot the universe again?
Necessarily.
I mean, is it stated that it's a reboot? So yeah, the Rebirth is like about 6 years old right now.
Yeah.
I don't think it would be technically a failure because I don't know why DC reboots every time, but in the comics, but they just always do that. Like it doesn't matter if if Rebirth was a success. Like they're not just it was eventually going to Infinite Frontier was actually eventually going to end. So it would make sense why they would reboot.
I don't think it's a reboot. I think it's just a random event that we'll be getting. It's just something they do almost all the time.
And I also believe they're gonna bring them all back.
Oh
Like,
yeah, they have
the
to.
one who survives will find a way to bring him back.
Yeah, like Batman's gonna
maybe.
come back. He always comes
No,
back.
no one's gonna kill off Superman like permanently, especially like for mainstream.
Yeah, and Superman never really stays dead. He always comes back. He always comes back.
I've been now. Have you guys been following like the Son of Superman storyline?
I have
Oh,
some.
Cal Kent, I have. I enjoy it.
Are you enjoying it?
I like it. Like
I don't mind it. Like I've been reading it. It's pretty interesting.
Is that Jonathan? That is the
Yeah,
it's Jonathan.
Jonathan Kent.
What's your favorite part of that?
My favorite. I don't know. My favorite part. I don't have a favorite part. I guess. Normally, it's usually just like the little small talks that John has with his dad that I really enjoy. Like when they're sitting on the moon. I think they're on the moon. I think they were. I know they were sitting somewhere just having a conversation.
See, I liked that when they did Rebirth, because I really liked that dynamic between Superman and Jonathan. Yeah. Even when they had because I haven't read a lot of the future state stuff, with adult Jonathan. I'm being honest, I just haven't. But I really liked when they introduced Jonathan, because I thought it was really great to see. We had seen Superman for the longest time as just Superman. And then when I was younger, we got to see him actually be in a relationship with Lois, where he revealed himself to Lois, and it left him vulnerable. Right. And what I liked that, because, and like anytime somebody tells me like they hate Superman because Superman's, indestructible, whatever, I'm like, hey, read the run of Superman from like 1986 to like 1996. Okay. Because that run right there is just amazing in the fact that Superman has to open up. He has to deal with real life problems and stuff. And it's great. But to see him have a son and have to deal with that and balance all that, it's one of the things I actually like about Lois and Clark, or Superman and Lois, the new show.
Let's say Lois and Clark too. I mean, it's
I like that show. Like I like that show a lot. Like what's the actor's name? Tyler Hoechlin as Superman.
Yeah, Tyler Hoechlin. Yeah.
Yeah, like I wasn't a fan when he was first introduced, but when they when they did the show, I feel like he's better written, and I like the dynamic of the sons, how of like him treating the sons, and like the son that has the powers and everything like that. I really like how they're doing it on the CW. I just
great actor.
I just hope it doesn't fall flat, because one of my worries is it's a CW.
Yeah. No, I know that's my concern too. But I'll be honest with you, like my biggest complaint, my only complaint right now about that show is his costume.
Oh yeah, I prefer the Supergirl costume over this one. Actually,
oh, me too.
Right? Yeah.
Oh,
you can tell he didn't spend as much money on Superman.
It looks like a sweater.
Budget.
The texture of it is weird. It bunches up. It like it looked like, and the other day I realized what it is. It looks like a Superman sweater on him.
The abs are always what get me.
Oh, the padding.
Yeah.
I don't like the pattern. If they took away the pattern, I feel like it would be
I'd like it more.
It would be
Tyler Hoechlin has a good figure already. He doesn't need any padding at all. Like I watched him in Teen Wolf for 5 years. He's ripped.
Oh yeah.
I never thought that I would say that. Like I would prefer them to go back to that Supergirl version of his costume, because I hated the cape.
Yeah.
I actually I hated the belt. I hated the belt. I hated the cape, and I hated the belt. But the S was perfect. Like it was big. It was out there, and he wasn't over padded. He just looked like himself, and I was fine with it. I don't know why what costume designer looks at that on a weekly basis and goes, "Yep, this is what we want to put on screen."
I think my thinking is like they wanted to go with more of a Man of Steel approach, maybe, for like his current one. Honestly, I wouldn't have been mad if he used the his first suit that they show in the show.
Right?
The one that his mom made.
Yeah. That'd be funny if he just like had to put that on because
Yeah,
his engine got ripped up or something. And he had to put that on. That'd be
right.
I don't think Clark would have any shame putting that suit back on. His mom made it.
Yeah, I don't think.
Now
And
you
then
guys know
allow
where
them to
we're,
save
you
money
know
on
you guys know where they're going with that now, right?
With the new season.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep. I do. I know
Yeah. So we talked about that. So they're doing Doomsday, and
I don't know how I feel about them
I haven't
doing
seen episode 2 yet.
yeah, they're doing Doomsday. So, you know, like I'm kind of okay with it, if they do it well. And one of the things that I'm actually kind of a little excited about it is the fact that I can tell that if they do it, they're going to introduce some of that Return of Superman situation.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
the black suit.
Yeah. Well, we've had him in the black suit already, but I mean, like they introduced the Eradicator, right? Which is, you know, part of the Return of Superman storyline. They've introduced John Henry Irons, so Steel. They've introduced him. They've introduced they've kind of got a version of Superboy, kind of with his son, you know. So I could see them killing him off, and then he has to, come back. I would love to see. Plus, the Fortress of Solitude is dead right now, so I think it'd be a cool way to like reboot the Fortress of Solitude in there. But you guys are right. I mean, like if we look over here on the right, you know, the costume over there on the right, those abs are just ridiculous. You know, I'm sorry, but this
it's like the Supergirl outfit on the movie for the new movie. I don't like her abs in that.
Yeah, this right here is weird, and you can tell that this is so padded. You know what I mean? It's just, it doesn't look like real muscle. It doesn't. I like this belt. You know, I don't mind the color, but I don't like the way that all this comes up here. Now it's better. It's kind of a little bit better. I think is this from last season? I think it's from last season. This shot right here was awful.
Oh yeah,
that's the pilot, right?
I'm thinking is like erase the padding and it's all right, but like swap it to the Supergirl one and put the Superman and Lois belt on it, and I'll be fine.
Well, because it looks like it looks like he's wearing football pads. You know, you can tell that that's not his body. Where, especially we've already seen him like this. That looks normal. He's buff.
I've seen him shirtless about 100 times in Teen Wolf. That is not
like that right there.
Yeah, no, that's no. He's buff, but you can just tell that is not. Those aren't.
Yeah, there might be a little bit of padding there, but I think I feel like the padding that's there, it makes sense, right? Yeah. And but the new padding is new like that one. And then
like especially looking in comparison, with the old one.
Exactly.
It's like we know that's not him.
Right. Exactly.
You know, it's like, come on, you're not fooling anybody here. You know, let's keep it real. You know, but I never thought that I would say, hey, go back to this one. But plus, you know what? I kind of want him to shave. I don't mind a bearded Superman, but he's like the 5 o'clock shadow looks like, hey, I rubbed my face in coffee grounds.
It reminds me too much of Teen Wolf. That's another thing. Like I feel like they're leaning too much on his Teen Wolf audience just to kind of attract him with the way they're trying to show him, not the acting itself.
I think he's all right. I think the 5 o'clock
because he had that in Teen Wolf where he was just scruffed the whole show and just always, because as a wolf, he's supposed to look kind of dirty.
Mm-hmm.
So it just kind of gives me that vibe again, and doesn't feel like it any time has passed. It's kind of weird.
I think it's like, I guess it's somewhat shows at least somewhat of a sign of like, I guess, age, like he's been working on it for a little bit, and it's not too much that it's like it's not unshaven, or it's like it looks like he keeps it up. So I think it's all right in my opinion. Only thing I could say that I dislike about it is the suit. the suit as a whole.
Mm-hmm.
It's still
And the
taking. Oh, you go ahead.
Yeah, and the crazy thing about it, there are people who likes this suit over the Man of Steel one. So
Mm.
I don't know.
That makes no sense. Man of Steel is the best suit out of any superhero outfit ever.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at this, like Kingdom Come, like Round and Ralph's for Crisis, I thought looked really good compared to this.
Oh, the pre. Oh man, I love that one. The Kingdom Come one. So
Yes. Yes, that and that's what I keep asking myself is like because I like this show, right? I would love this show, I feel, if it wasn't just for this suit. I mean, now it looks dirty, like with the S, it looks dirty. It's like they keep making him look dirtier and dirtier. It's like they I don't. I mean, look how dark. It's like, dude, clean the suit.
the red and
get a
yellow
scrub
does
bar.
look
I
I was
mean,
thinking the same thing. It almost feels too dark.
yeah, I mean, you look at that and then like, it just looks all kind of marred up and like I don't understand these muscle lines at all.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
My guess is like
he's.
My guess is
Is
like
he
they
built
wanna
like
go for a
that?
comic book look. Like I guess they want to appear more like comic booky, just like muscular.
Yeah,
but it just doesn't fit his form.
No,
which
because
he's already pretty decent enough.
Henry
Yeah, he doesn't need it.
Henry Cavill has that look because he has those muscles. Yeah, they put some a little bit there, but
very light
yeah,
padding in Henry Cavill. Like,
yeah,
they talked about it. So
yeah.
little.
But yeah, I mean, and then you look at this costume though.
Oh my goodness, yes.
I mean, like, how in the world is that this?
That is incredible.
I don't know how it's the
why
same
did they
people.
spend so much money on one outfit for one episode? Like, really? This looks great.
Yeah, I want to see like a limited series with.
Bro, look how much
I want
bigger
to
he
see.
is.
The abs look actual abs. They're not like little rectangles.
Yeah, it's not like.
Yeah.
Dang, he's
and I want
so
Brandon
much
Routh
bigger.
I never even like because I was young. I was like 8, 10 years old when Brandon Routh was Superman, so I never got into it. I didn't get into big DC movies and stuff like that until BVS because I'm a huge Batman guy. I didn't really care about Man of Steel until BVS came out, and I was like, nope, gotta watch Man of Steel. And that movie, oh my god, it was so incredible. That pulled me into all of the DC universe.
Yeah,
I did watch Superman Returns back in the day. I really dig it.
I did as well. I liked it. I enjoyed it.
Now, do you guys think that this is too early for them to bring in Doomsday?
For me, it's kind of like it's a mix of like kind of yeah and no.
I feel they
Because
should
it's
have
like-
established more lore. Just
Yeah.
a little bit more lore. Like they did a little bit with how they showed his past suit in season 1 and stuff,
Mhm.
but I think there should have been a little bit more of that in the season. It shouldn't pop up in episode 1. Like you don't see Peacemaker showing the villains in episode 1, Like space it out a little bit, give us some guessing room, you know what I mean? Like they showed him immediately and then they did an interview right after that and we're like, yeah, he's gonna be in episode 3.
Yeah, they didn't build that up at all where he's like punching
should've-
through. I respected the fact that they had him punching through,
But don't reveal it. I would have preferred them not reveal it right
Yeah.
then and there. But I guess for me it's like he's old enough to the point where like I guess technically canonically he's old enough to the point where he can fight Doomsday now.
Yes.
And he has a bit more stakes now, more than ever. But I'm also thinking like we only just got season 1, and we're still like building stuff up with like John Hirion and stuff like that. But I'm still looking for Jonathan to get his powers, but it's a bit too quick for me in the transition. But I guess it can work. I can get over it. My only like gripe with it is like I hope this Doomsday looks good because like I love Batman vs Superman, the Ultimate Edition, but
It seems like they're going with his origin.
I don't enjoy. Yeah, I hope so. I hope it goes with his origin because I didn't like Batman vs Superman's Doomsday at that point.
I like
the movie.
I like the design. It seems good for a theatrical movie, and it seemed big. And it was my first introduction to what Doomsday actually was. But
my
from the comic
biggest
version,
fear
I
is
just
just
we don't like it.
I hope they go with his like the suit he had on in the original Death of Superman before like it got all tatted up. I hope they stick with that first, and then over time they reveal what he looks like.
Yeah, I would like I don't think it's too soon because like this is like I think like he has kids and stuff like that, so like there's more stakes and stuff
Yeah.
like that. So like I would say like he's more of an experienced Superman, so like I guess it makes sense. Like I'm fine with it. I like I wouldn't be surprised if like at the end of the like season, like it will be towards the end of the season they kill kill him off and it goes towards the next season.
That's what I'm thinking about. Like,
Yeah.
I don't want them to just like, okay, season 2, we have Doomsday, we have Death of Superman now. Now we're dealing with Death of Superman now, and then we have to go into okay, Superman's dead, and now we just have Lois instead of Superman and Lois.
Yeah,
It's
but
like,
then again, we do have the kids. We got
Yeah.
the kids, and one of them.
Well,
could be,
and we've got
Batman.
this weird romantic triangle going on right now because John Henry Irons was married to a version of Lois Lane
That's
in
Steel,
his
right?
world. Yeah, that's Steel. He was married to a Lois Lane before he came, and now his daughter's there, and his daughter is getting along with Lois, and Lois is, for some reason, like, I don't know, it's weird that she's trying to reach out to the daughter, right? But like then it's showing Steel and her together alone a lot, you know? And so I don't know what that is. Like they're gonna kill off Superman and it's gonna kind of show them maybe like
I don't think that they are, because even in like season 1 when like they did get revealed that John Henry Irons was married to Lois Lane, I think it was towards the end when when they were talking, he said that, you know, you're Lois Lane, but you're not my Lois Lane.
Right.
And I'm pretty sure he respects.
but dude, they're
their
showing those. I know, but I'm saying if he died though.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like if they do kill Superman here, like my thing is like they are showing these like little clips like where he was looking at her and he's imagining his Lois turning around in the sunlight and everything, and then all of a sudden she turns around and smiles at him. I'm just curious if they're just going to try to play that up a little
So
bit.
I feel like it's a lot of CW
Like he might
that's
be
like
a
kind of
different
lurking in
Lois,
here.
but it doesn't mean they can't start falling in love.
Yeah, I mean, if
She's still
Superman's
Lois.
dead, right, and then Superman comes back and he's like, "Nope, that's my woman."
And then what do you think you're doing? And then it becomes like maybe after that he comes.
Get your hands off my woman.
I'm praying that they don't do that, because I think it will ruin John Henry Irons and like, you know, Clark's already like their chemistry like right now, because they seem all right with each other right now. They respect each other,
It would,
especially
I feel like
now.
it would give me a vibe
it'd be a breach
that
of trust.
Smallville did with Clark and Lex and how they're friends, and then they, you know, things happen, and then you know they end up becoming enemies.
I won't
Oh
be
yeah, Lex.
surprised-
You know, Lex
Different
took all
for
of his
Lex,
ex-girlfriends.
Yeah, exactly.
Even,
Right.
even married Lana.
Right.
Exactly. He took everything.
Yeah.
I can agree. I
with
can
that.
agree with the comment. I can agree with the comment. I don't think it's anything wrong with Lois reaching out to John's daughter, because well, even if they are like, you know, they're not the same in that case, then her death obviously left a void, and it's still going to be awkward. Like, okay, yeah, my version of you is dead, but you know you're here, so why not, you know, try to at least somewhat like help, because I don't mind it, but the only thing I don't
wouldn't be
want is John
surprised-
Lois.
I wouldn't be surprised if they did that where like Superman's dead and like they kind of do have some kind of love relationship between John Henry Irons. I wouldn't be surprised if they did that.
And then
I
maybe if
think
it like drives a divide between the kids, something like that. Maybe add a little bit more to the story.
Yeah, maybe the kids get mad a little bit and they're just like, you know, like, why are you doing this? You know,
Right.
like dad just died, you know, that kind of, who knows? But I mean, I guess it's a good thing. Listen, if we're talking about the show, it's a good thing, right? You know, and so I know there's a lot of people who either hate it or they love it. It's not a replacement for me for some things, but you know, I'm a Superman fan. I'm a huge Superman fan. So I mean, that's my thing right there, man. Right there,
my
baby.
Superman action figure that you
yeah.
sent me right here.
Oh yeah. Oh, let's pull that up. Jared got a Superman action figure from the Poindexter Lounge. You see, you actually get the stuff that I send out. So there you go.
Yeah,
that's
looks
awesome.
good.
Where to go? I forgot.
Looks good, man. Looks good. I'll have to show you guys
Yeah.
this real quick though. Before, ooh, hey, look at that! Look at that dark side. That's a good looking dark side right there.
Oh, sweet! I need that. Oh my god.
Hey, so let's go around. Let's answer this question for Shalice. Brodan.
Yes.
Who is your favorite Lois Lane?
This is a tough one. Honestly, they're all kind of just. I'd say the animated ones were my favorite.
Oh yeah,
animated ones were my favorite. But I guess of the live action, honestly, it's a toss up. But I would say I'm giving it to Amy. I'll give it to edge to Amy. I feel Amy has a little bit more than anyone else.
Okay.
But I think it's only because of the writing of the current day stuff. It's harder to judge because, you know, the Superman movies don't age as well as compared to the newer stuff. So a lot of the dialogue, a lot of the stuff from the olden days seems still goofy.
Mm-hmm.
It's not on the actress and not the acting. It's just the writing, and I get it. For back in the day, movies they didn't know what they were doing as compared to now. So I understand, but I give it to Amy.
Okay. Axel, you just got here. Axel, who's your favorite Lois Lane?
Amy Adams.
Amy Adams?
She feels like she feels more real than all the other versions because they all just feel like damsel in distress. Like she actually uses her reporting skills to investigate stuff, and yeah.
All right.
Really like
Lena Deli, who is your favorite?
Okay, you're gonna like this, Inash. My favorite Lois Lane actually is Superman Returns Lois.
You like Amy Bosworth?
Yeah. Keith, actually.
A 14-year-old?
All right, I'm out here. We'll see you guys. Thanks for being here.
Gone. Bye.
Somehow I liked her.
It's my stream
somehow.
now.
Yeah.
That's funny. Gosh, probably say my favorite is
I just can't.
probably Amy
I
Adams.
just can't.
She just acts more like a real
Sorry,
woman.
Ina.
Yeah.
It
really
hurts.
am.
It hurts.
I
It's
can't-
painful.
honestly,
No, you know why I
man,
say that, Lady Deli?
honestly.
I'll tell you why. Because Tiffany and I just watched the show on it's Kate Bosworth. That's right, not Amy.
Yeah, I was about to say.
Yeah. We just watched a show on Netflix called The Island. It's like a Lost meets Black Mirror kind of deal. And she's on it, and I can't stand her. Like, I'm sorry. But
She one of them,
why do you like
TV
Kate
ladies?
Bosworth? What about that Lois stands out for you? I'm surprised by it. I would have thought you would have said, of all people, would have said Amy. That's why I'm
Maybe I was at a younger age. I felt like a emotional connection was there. You know.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe.
I don't
Maybe
know, man.
the
I wanted
risk.
to bang
Maybe
Kate
the
Bosworth
risk
too
she
when I was
took in the
younger. I get
movie.
it.
Yeah, I get it.
I get it. I mean, we
That
all
makes
saw
sense why
we
mine
all
is
saw
Amy
that
Adams.
blue. What was it called?
When I
Blue
first
Sea
saw
movie?
Man.
What the hell was it called? A surfing
Deep
movie?
Blue Sea.
Yeah, the one with
Yeah,
the
I
shark.
get it. I get it.
Yeah. Arkham Gaming. Who's your favorite, Lois?
I would say she's from Smallville. I really like her.
Erica
She's my
Durant.
favorite.
Oh, yes.
She's my favorite.
Erica Durant.
Yeah, I forgot about her.
William will be here for a while.
Okay.
What he says he's driving home. Yeah, we'll be here when you get home, bro.
Okay, cool. Like I said, I won't watch Peacemaker right off the bat. I'll probably wait till the morning. So I
Okay.
won't
Hey,
be doing a
real
live
quick though, William, who's your favorite Lois?
I'm gonna go with Amy Adams because
Thank you.
you have a high caliber actress, and then a bunch of other ones that are just okay.
Yeah.
That's pretty much settled it for me.
Yeah, Amy's the only one I actually see Vision actually really like wanting to blow up the world for. The other ones I'm like, I don't know, man. I mean, she dies.
And then her
Go get
heart
someone else.
in Justice League is so incredible. You can actually feel her pain. I don't know. Because when I first saw Justice League, I had recently lost my grandma, so I was recently, I knew how it felt to lose someone that you just felt the whole world for. You know what I mean? My grandma was my whole world. And it sucked when I lost her. And I really felt that, with Amy Adams. That's why I love Justice League. I felt a connection with almost every character. It was incredible.
No, that makes sense. I mean, I get it. G Cooley, who's your favorite?
Probably Amy, to be honest.
Okay.
I felt just more. I don't know. I think because Henry's my favorite Superman,
Mm-hmm.
so like I don't know. It's just when they've. I think the scenes with them are like the best. Like when they vibe off each other, when you can really tell like the chemistry with the two. I think is the strongest, and that's what makes me like Amy. I also love the scenes with Martha. I think their Martha Lois chemistry really brings out the Lois character because it's all like, your girlfriend has to have a relationship with the boyfriend's mom, or the husband's mom. You kind of have to have that. So yeah.
Is there anybody that I didn't ask before I give mine?
I'll go.
Well, I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry, Jalen. Yeah.
No, you good. You good. So I guess my first bracket, because it's not specific. So I guess non-actor wise, I really enjoy Rebirth, Lois Lane, and DCAU. Kind of go, and my favorite actress would be Amy Adams because I feel like she's the closest to towards Rebirth, as well as simply like her acting is really well done, especially in Zack Snyder's Justice League.
So I got to tell you, I got to meet Margot Kidder, okay, before she passed, and I was like, Tiffany said that I was like a 12-year-old kid. Like I saw her and I ran over and she hugged us and she hugged me. She was very, very sweet, and so she'll always be my first Lois Lane. Okay, always be my first Lois Lane. And I understand what Brodan was talking about, like some of those ones back there, like the writing is weird, sometimes, compared to today, I mean, like you look at Noel Neal, one of the original Lois Lanes back in the day. But I got to tell you guys, for me, the best is whoops, where is she? Oh, sorry. I thought I had this all set up and all ready to go, but no, for me, it's Erica Durant.
Yeah, I'm on the border with her, Amy Adams. I mean, her.
I love
connection that
Amy
she had
Adams.
with Clark
Amy
in-
Adams. See
in
now,
Smallville is amazing.
Amy Adams for me, she's like real close number 2. She's like right up there. You know what I mean? Because I love her story, right? And I love her character because I agree. Like her character and who she is perfect Lois. It's just there's something about Erica. Erica, like to me, embodies Lois in the comic books that I first started reading. Right?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Of the early 90s. She has the look. She has just she is just drop dead gorgeous.
Yeah.
It's like I love Terry Hatcher. Don't get me wrong. I love Terry Hatcher. Nothing against her. Like I said, Amy Adams, I love Amy Adams. She's like I said, she's like my close second. But there's just something about whenever I see Erica Durant, I just see Lois Lane.
Yeah, I can see that a lot because when I watched the show, like she just like when I watched the show Smallville, it feels like she embodies the character a lot.
Yeah.
From other incarnations. It's not like I don't like the actress that played in the movie universe. It's just to me, this is Lois Lane that I root. To me,
I really liked that they tried to show a better connection with this Lois Lane and Clark from Smallville than even him and Lana had. Like I remember a part where Superman is not Superman for a while. I think it's Bizarro. It's the whole Bizarro part, and the only one that could tell it wasn't Superman was Lois Lane. Lana thought it was Superman the entire time, and then didn't care that it was Bizarro when she found out.
Yeah, I mean, look at that picture of her on the far right there. To me, like when I read Superman comic books and stuff, and I see her drawn and everything, like that just for me, just I don't know, man. She's just, and you guys, I don't know if you guys remember this. Do you remember the episode where she put on that Wonder Woman outfit?
Oh, I was going to ask about that picture. I didn't know if that was in Smallville.
Yeah, that was actually on Smallville. So here's the
Really?
funny thing is, you know where this outfit comes from? This is from
the Wonder Woman pilot.
Yep.
Yeah, I really
That's what I was going to think.
Yep, that's from the Wonder Woman pilot, which is just kind of crazy that they ended up putting her, and this she's like at a costume party, and she ends up putting on a Wonder Woman outfit. Like, jeez,
That's awesome.
yeah,
She looks good in that too. That's good.
I gotta start Smallville because I watched it when I was a kid, but I didn't have the mental capacity to go through all those episodes.
Yeah,
sure.
10 seasons. I was watching.
I know it. You know what? We just got. We're at the very end of it. With my kids, because my kids, obviously didn't grow up with it, and so we took them on that adventure because they got to meet Tom Welling, and so we knew that they were going to meet Tom Welling, and so because of that, I introduced them to it. Like we had gotten into, they had watched season 1 at that point, and then they met Tom, and we met Chloe, we met what's her name? She was weird. And this was before any of that stuff. I keep sharing the story, but we met her, and this was probably like a year or two before all that stuff happened and went down. But it would have been during the time that the stuff was happening, right.
Mm-hmm.
And so we walked away, and Tiffany and I both looked at each other, and she said it to me, and I said it to her. I said, "Was that weird?" Like I was really looking forward to meeting her because I always loved her on the show, But yeah, she was really strange.
Did
but
you
yeah,
seem like she was like on something or just
yeah, she was.
acting
Well, she
straight?
was really standoffish. She was really just kind of awkward and weird, and wasn't approachable, really, to be honest with you. Which is the exact opposite from like Tom Welling, for example. Like
Right.
Tom was like super, super nice. But yeah, J Money, I saw he was talking about how Erica Durance is his favorite as well. So yeah, Erica Durance was just awesome. But yeah, so that was that. So anyways, okay. So Brodan, I know you guys cover because I was watching your show the other night. You guys cover some gaming stuff.
Yes, we do.
Right, you're a gamer. So I'm not a big gamer, right? My gaming is old school gaming and like arcade gaming, right?
Yeah.
That's why I got like 5 arcade games in my game room, and like my gaming is like I got an old school Intellivision, the actual thing
nice.
from way back in the day. I've got my NES with tons of games. And I got my Sega Genesis, and it's like, and I'm happy, Now my kids have got everything, my kids have gone through the entire thing, from Xbox to, PlayStation to now they're all doing computer gaming now, except for Isaac. Isaac does computer gaming, but he's a huge Nintendo guy.
Oh,
he loves Nintendo, so he's got, they all have a Switch.
My sisters are Nintendo freaks. I understand.
Yeah, they all have a Switch. They all, but they all do desktop gaming now. That's like their thing. But I know this was a big deal here.
Yes, we did talk about that. Yes,
I was just about to say something about.
So
Sony.
I wanted to talk about this because I know it's a big deal. I'm guessing, and
it was a big.
But
I really didn't think Sony was going to take a huge hit like that. But all right, my whole thing is, listen. If Xbox isn't dumb enough to make Madden or any of the big games exclusive to their console and cut off half the market for themselves, I don't think in the long run Sony's going to have to worry. And Sony, again, has some incredible exclusives.
I don't think they're too dumb to do that because I think when they got
you're cutting off
the
your market.
Skyrim company, didn't they say that they're not going to do it to Skyrim?
No,
I hated that so much. Aren't they like making the Elder Scrolls Microsoft and Xbox exclusive now?
No, I don't think they are, though. I think they're not trying to make it exclusive because it's cutting off half the market. Something like Forza or like any of those Microsoft studio games, that's one thing. But when we're talking about studios that they're buying that they want to make big-time money, they're not going to cut off half the market. You cut off half the market for Madden. Well, that's just stupid. You just bought out EA struggling to begin with. Oh, my God. You're going to really cut off half the market? Oh, actually, over half the market. Remember, PS4 outsells Xbox. You're cutting off over half the market for these games. They're not dumb. And like I said, I am a Sony guy. I have both, for the record, though. I have both. But with exclusives like Ghost of Tsushima and God of War, which I'm sorry to Xbox, I don't think Xbox has any series anywhere near God of War in terms of like quality.
Definitely not. God of War
Not
is
even
my
close.
favorite
It's
games
not
ever.
not even gonna. I'm not trashing on Xbox. That's just how good God of War is. And Ghost of Tsushima is in a league too. They're really that good.
Japanese
I
Assassin's
like
Creed,
Ghost of
incredible.
Tsushima. Like with me, like I don't think this is really much because like the one thing that I noticed, like I played Xbox and stuff like that. My friend has a new Xbox. There's no games for Xbox. What's there to play?
Oh, there's some games. There's
Exactly.
Halo,
Halo.
Forza.
Like
got a lot of games.
There's
like
Halo,
Yeah.
Forza. I mean,
they
you
don't
haven't played
have
Forza
like
5.
those
Oh my god.
kind of games that like PlayStation has, like God of War or
Well, I mean, in fairness though, for every God of War, does Sony have a Forza Horizon? Because I'm gonna keep it real. Gran Turismo is okay. It has its moments. It's a good series, really good. But Forza takes a dump on it. I'm sorry, it's not even close. And Forza has two styles of game you can play. If you want to go arcade to professional, you can go play Forza Horizon. But if you want to go simulator, you can still play the Forza Motorsports. They own the market on that. And I will always say this, and I'm a Need for Speed simp. I have to keep it real. But I'll be honest with you. If we're talking quality, Forza is king. They have
I'm not a car guy.
Yeah, I'm not in the car guy. I'm not in the car.
I know.
So
I know. If you
I'm
are
not
though,
really either,
I mean,
but I like
if you get
Forza.
into it, Forza Horizon is the
Yeah.
I would start
Like-
off with that. I'll go to Motorsport.
I've played a little bit. I
Like
to do
I'm
drifting
more
and stuff.
like a action adventure kind of person. So like I'm very picky with my games. So like I like God of War. I like Ghost of Tsushima. Like it has to be
Spider-Man
something.
games.
It has to be something appealing towards my kind of thing. Like the thing, the list that I seen, Xbox didn't really impress me at all. Like
Yeah, they don't really
it
have
would-
those type of games.
it would like get me to buy like a new Xbox. Like you have to really impress me to buy.
Yeah, I
an
got my
Xbox.
Xbox like from someone else. So, honestly, I get it. I've never been an Xbox guy. I'm just not. Their exclusives don't do it for me. I mean,
Yeah,
you
same.
have,
Like,
and they have good exclusives. I mean, they have Halo, they have Gears of War. These are good games, but in terms of like award winning, nah, I wouldn't put.
yeah,
them
they're
on.
not winning. Like it,
Well,
it
maybe
might
Halo,
appeal
but
for
other than that.
it might appeal for different people. It's just not for me. Like I just have different kind of taste.
Right. I'm just
But
glad
that's
they didn't
what-
buy a Ubisoft. I don't want to have to get. I prefer to have my Ubisoft games
Oh,
from Sony.
that would
so,
make me so sad if they got Ubisoft.
I need.
You know,
I
they'd
hate
make that
Ubisoft as it is, but I can't play Valhalla right now, which I'm doing right now for the record.
Oh, I like that game. That Valhalla is very good.
Yeah,
I like Assassin's Creed.
It's all right, but it's not an Assassin's Creed game in my opinion.
Yeah, exactly.
I think it actually is with the story.
Yeah,
I think they
like,
did a good job with it.
he
It's
has-
just
I haven't
that
seen it,
Ivor's
though.
not an assassin, which I'm okay with. As
Yeah,
long they did a
Assassin's
much better
Creed
job than
eight.
Odyssey. I don't.
I mean, it is a lot. You got to be honest. Like you're fighting gods and different kinds of shit.
I mean, honestly, I'm okay with that.
I mean, they aren't gods, but you know, I guess they're
They're illusions from the
yeah.
Isu shit, whatever. I'm fine with it. I don't
It's
care.
just from Ivor's perspective. They are.
And I'm actually okay with it because I feel as though they tell more of the story and have more Easter eggs from the Assassin's Order
Mhm.
anyway. So I think it's better. But I think the next game, okay, now you got to start putting in more with the Assassins. I have no
Yeah.
problem not playing as an assassin. In fact, one of the best games of that series, you play as a Templar. I mean, the only problem with that game is it's literally just like 4 in every way. It's a literal port.
Oh, Rogue?
And yes, it's a literal port.
Do you
4
think?
I don't know. They just said, screw it. It's the last game for PS3, so we're not going to really put any effort into it. Okay. And indirectly, they put in like the best story for me. They did a great
Yeah.
job with it.
Like Assassin's Creed always been something that I really liked with really liked. Like I like my first Assassin's Creed game. I think it started from I think Assassin's Creed 3, then it was Brotherhood, then Revelations, then like they got me hooked until like I keep going. Like I just like the games. They're just very interesting with the Templars
They're
and
good.
the
I
Assassins.
played 2 and on. I haven't played the first one though. I've played from 2 and
I
on.
will be honest
So-
with you. I was very disappointed with Odyssey. Origins was
Yeah.
the last true Assassin's style game that actually focused on the Brotherhood more.
Yeah,
Mhm.
I wasn't
I
a fan
don't
of
know.
Loved
I wasn't
Origins.
a fan of Odyssey, but like
I hated Odyssey, to be honest.
I like Origins. I like Origins and the what was Valhalla. Like Valhalla really grabbed more my attention.
Well,
because
yeah, I'm gonna have to
DLC
cover
for
all
it.
of like that Ragnarok damn thing, and I want to probably make jokes. I'm actually asked them. I'm gonna ask them, do they have email? I still need to. They still haven't answered. Do they have email? I just want to know. Do you guys have email at Ragnarok? That's all I want to know. And then after that, I'm still trying to get Thor's hammer. I gotta kill all the Templars. I'm at level 400.
I need to get that too.
I gotta get Thor's hammer, and then I'm going to make a bunch of jokes because.
Yeah.
And then I gotta also go to my live streams. I gotta take one of those freaking videos. I fought a witch that had electric powers. I'm gonna take that. I'm gonna put Electro's theme. By the way, Spider-Man No Home. You guys did a great job with the movie. Brilliant. You made me 12 again. I cried 7 times. 8 times. All right. I'm a man. I'll admit it. Just one thing. All I wanted was a little bit more of the theme. That's the best Spider-Man theme. Electro's theme is the best. I mean, it's just the best theme. It's perfect.
Yeah, it's pretty sick.
I mean,
yeah, it showed up a little bit when
they
he
did it like
first
for 4
appeared.
seconds, and I was like, "Oh, why? Don't take it. Keep going with it." They played it right during like the end. See, what I wanted them to do was something like you always remember King of the Monsters. Every time a monster would show up, their theme would come in out of nowhere. Bear McCreary is one of the best in the business at this. So every time a monster shows up, their theme plays. So in the final battle, right? Things are going great for Godzilla and Mothra, and then all of a sudden you hear Rodan's theme come right in, and that was the whole point. I wanted him to put that like right when he blasted the arc reactors, he blasted everyone. I wanted to blast that theme right there, blast it, and you hear like the freaking like the dubstep drop. But I'm okay with that. I mean, the movie's perfect. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, I'm just nitpicking. That movie was everything that we asked for, and honestly more.
Yeah.
Why do you guys think? I mean, because for example, like I noticed, like my kids, it was funny because they all chipped in a few years ago, right? And they traded in a ton of stuff, got the Xbox. Now the Xbox just sits there.
Oh,
literally, our Xbox just sits there, and like nobody plays anything on it. I think I'm the last one to touch it. There's a couple of things on it that they play, but most of the time they'll come down, they'll hook up their Switch to the TV, because we've got the big TV in the living room. They all have TVs in their room or their computers now, but they nobody touches it. I think the last thing that anybody played on it probably is I played Battlefront 2. I beat Battlefront 2 at the beginning of the pandemic, so back in 2020.
Oof.
You know what I mean? Like it is literally our Xbox is just our Xbox.
Man, honestly,
just sat there.
With all the annoying, and I mean this, Chris, if you're watching this, you annoying Italian guy, I'm gonna tell you this. This is what I'm talking about. When you keep telling me to play Xbox, I get you have all your friends on it. I get it. This is what we're talking about. Well, that's why I don't play Xbox. This is why they don't have my exclusives, and it's a better system. I mean, I will say though, the layout for Xbox is better. I'll give them that.
Yeah.
I
actually don't mind the layout.
PS5 layout yet.
I don't know. Xbox takes an L with its controller. I'm sorry.
I don't like the controllers for Xbox. Like when PlayStation when PlayStation 5 went on pre-order, I just like bought it like in one sitting, and I really like it. Like it has the exclusives I love and everything like that. Like people can make the argument that Xbox has a better system, but the only thing for me is if you have games that I love and games that have better exclusive that get me into the system.
I don't think it's a better gaming system at all. I think it's a better media system. It has more flexibility for media. But if I'm going to be honest with pure gaming, guys, I can't even share my gaming from an Xbox. I can't stream directly. I have to find out. I have to do these weird little things to do it, and I'm like, that's annoying.
Yeah, did you
I can do it PS4. I just press a button. That's it.
Yeah.
And to find your games, it's not like right there on the screen. You have to go
Did
to
you see
the games menu.
It's annoying.
I think the new Xbox is also having some problems. I think one person, it looked like the Xbox was getting set on fire.
No, oh yeah, you could also vape with them. It's quite funny.
It's doesn't I don't know what's going on with the Xbox. My friend says he shared me a video and stuff like that. It looked like it was getting set on fire and it burned and I don't think it burned, but it stopped working.
So instead of red ringing, not setting on fire. Wow, they're getting good
Yeah.
at this. I'm actually really impressed by them. They used to be red ringing, now they're setting on fire. I'm really impressed with them. Nice, good.
I'm at Xbox since 2012.
I agree with Marcus in the chat, but Zeno, I'll fight you on this, bro. Your
I
controllers
don't
are.
You know, I'll
think
fight
that
Zeno
it's
for
garbage.
existing at this point. I just want to fight Zeno for existing.
And with PlayStation,
Zeno, you're not going to troll me ever, dude. I'm going to let you know that. You're never going to troll me, buddy. I like it.
Xbox controller is not superior. Get the hell out.
I'm gonna take your Xbox controller. I'm gonna drown it.
Yeah.
The only thing I don't like about the PS4 controllers is you can't lay them flat.
What are you talking about? I'm sorry, I play both. No, it is.
Yeah.
You know, the only thing I will say is maybe the layout is a little bit superior in the sense they put the sticks at a better angle. Other than that, no.
I don't really like
even
that.
Even then, the
It
buttons
throws me off.
It can't throw
Marcus,
you off.
I don't think Sony will respond. What do they need to respond with? Like they
I don't think we respond with anything. It's,
like they have like every company, like we're getting God of War this year. We're getting I don't know
Spider-Man 2.
We're getting Spider-Man 2. They have companies.
Oh
in
yeah,
their
don't they
pocket.
have access?
Horizon Forbidden West.
Do they exclusively have Spider-Man as well? Right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, that's
And he's exclusively on the Avengers game. That's
Yeah.
like the Avengers game sucks, but he's exclusively on the Avengers game, which is just hilarious.
And they own Insomniac Studios, so they're gonna not just have that. They're gonna have the Spider-Man 2 game, and they're gonna have Wolverine.
Yeah, and we got Wolverine.
And Wolverine.
And,
Oh my
and they'll
god,
probably
I'm
have
so
a
excited
Daredevil
for
game
Wolverine.
one of these days too. So
Enosh, you gotta check out the
yeah.
Wolverine thing. I think you'll like that.
Yeah, like they have
Yeah,
like
they're fine. I don't know what everyone's mad about.
they don't have to react at all. Like this is
The only thing Xbox gained is in-game exclusive rights. That's about it. And honestly, to what games? To Madden, to Call of Duty, and Battlefield? Oh, okay, great.
The only thing I can get at Xbox is backwards compatibility. That's what
I like
Sony
that,
is
though.
lacking on.
Yeah, I will give them that.
I'm not sure.
I want to ask you a question, guys. Though.
What?
So Microsoft now bought Activision, right?
Yeah.
What kind of games they gonna acquire now?
Call of Duty.
I would say like Call of
Blizzard
Duty.
stuff.
Call of Duty,
Yeah.
Battlefield, Madden. That's the big.
So now they have Call of Duty exclusively on Xbox.
Yeah, I don't think they're gonna make Call of Duty
They're not
exclusive.
gonna exclusively
Take
take down Call of Duty. That would be the dumbest move they could ever make.
They make plenty of money on their skins for their guns and stuff.
They're
Like
not
$20
going to
for
sit there
one
and like
skin.
they want to make money, and honestly, they're going to give the licensing out to Sony as well.
Yeah,
That's money.
they just
You can't
spent
mess with
$70 billion on it. They need to make as much money.
Oh
as
yeah,
possible.
and
They
the
can't
other
even
one that's big is
afford to
FIFA.
do
They also have FIFA, but they're not gonna.
yeah.
This is a worldwide like you can't get rid of over half the market. Over half the market. That's a big sell, man.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't make that risk. I mean, all I know is they're gonna have in-game exclusives, but if we're talking about gaming, like exclusive games, I don't see them ever taking Madden away from over half their market.
Exclusive indie games.
Like Call of Duty and probably Battlefield. They're always gonna be for every system. It's not like Xbox is not gonna like have it exclusively. Just I just don't see that happening. And like
I don't really care, to be honest. Listen,
because
I would actually want them to make exclusive so 2K can actually take the other market because I hate Madden so goddamn much to begin with. It's a trashy game made by lazy people. I'm sorry. I'd rather.
Do you like Call of Duty?
I want to know what Jay Money's doing with his controller sticks because like he's talking about like the controller sticks for PS or like for PlayStation wear out too fast. It's like unless you're like stepping on it constantly, like just sitting there wailing on it. I don't.
That is a problem with some of the analog sticks. They are pretty basic for the PlayStation ones. They use the pretty much the most basic generic analog sticks, so they aren't the best. Like Xbox does have better analog sticks. They are.
They do actually. I will.
Better durability. But the PlayStation ones are replaceable. You can replace the PlayStation one.
I never had a problem with the analog sticks. Like they never broke on me or anything like that with the PlayStation.
It's mostly the drift. It's like aim drift and stuff.
Like
the drift is terrible. Also,
yeah.
it was always good for me with the analog sticks. They always like were fine and stuff like that. So like
I'm writing them.
I feel so bad. Enoch is like the odd one out.
No, you know what? No, I mean it's all good. That's why I brought it up because honestly, like when I saw this today, okay, so obviously this is a big deal. I mean, like I look at it, the business aspect of it. That look, if Microsoft announced that it spent $68.7 billion, in their acquisition of Activision and Blizzard, but yet Sony lost $20 billion in stock. I mean, that's crazy. That's a crazy drop. And I just know that there are so many people who I talk to who are hardcore gamers, because I'm a casual gamer. I'll pick up a game every once in a while. And when I pick up a game, I beat that game. I mean, like I just play the heck out of that game. I just don't have a lot of time to invest in games. That's why I'm more of the old school kind of stuff. I got a bunch of other stuff going on, but with this, when I saw this, I was like, dang, man, like I was really surprised that Sony took a big hit because, I mean, look, there's still people trying to get a PS5. You know what I mean? Like,
it's sold out. Like it's impressive because more people they like went to the highest record. They sold out like more PlayStation 5s and complete a big high record. More than the PlayStation 4.
PlayStation didn't care about any bots buying it. They don't care as long as PlayStation can make money
I hate
from
bots.
somebody or something buying the PlayStation from them. They don't care. They make just as much money.
It's the same thing with
buy it
toys.
for
Look, it's the same thing with toys, collectibles, everything right now is that, everything's bots, right?
Yeah.
So you go to buy anything and the bots take over. And
Marcus, to answer that, I don't see them ever buying Rockstar. Rockstar makes way too much money.
I don't think
Rockstar don't need to be bought.
I don't
Rockstar
think
will never buy.
They're straight. They straight. As long as
They're making money off of doing nothing right now.
Literally nothing.
As long as they string people along for like
Sony doesn't have to do anything.
They're literally they're doing nothing and making money. They're literally saying, "Hey guys, here's a DLC. Oh, GTA 6. DLC.
Yeah, as long as they string you along for GTA 6.
They have Spider-Man. They have Spider-Man. They're making a Wolverine game. Like, what do they have to be worried about? Nothing.
It's just a shock value thing. I mean, honestly, to me, I look at the quality of what Xbox has just bought, and yeah, I'm gonna keep it honest with you. We'll be fine. I mean, honestly, this is all petty commercialism as it is.
People make.
They don't. It's all, the market's big enough to where Xbox will sell the units we want to sell. Sony will sell what they need to sell, and then Nintendo will slap them both silly, and then I'll be it. Because Nintendo is still king, and queen. I don't care what anyone tells me. They own this business, and let's just keep it honest. If they sell to everyone likes Nintendo.
Oh yeah.
Except for me, I hate Nintendo. I despise it. But
Nintendo's one of those things because people like the gaming aspect of it, right? So there's the gaming aspect of Nintendo. But on the flip end of that, like the gaming aspect that Nintendo has is like their it's all of their IP. Right.
Yeah.
So like people, you're not going to get the latest Mario on PlayStation or Xbox.
Nope.
Mm-hmm.
You got to get it on Nintendo.
Exactly.
You're not going to get, like if they decide to use those characters in another game.
Zelda on no PlayStation, none of that. You're gonna
you have to get it on Nintendo. Such a good game. So it kind of combines the best of both worlds of kind of like that Disney mentality with the gaming mentality, because you're doing it, you're watching that you're buying that for those characters as well. Right? Not just the game, but also those characters that you love.
They don't need to buy Square Enix. They don't need to buy they need to buy anything. I mean, I think they already have so many exclusives. I think the problem with gaming, so many people buying exclusives. Man, it's gonna get to the point where people are just sick of this. They just want to play the games they want to play, and they don't even want. They're not even. It's getting to the point now they have cross-platform gaming. It's to the point where they're not even. It doesn't matter if you have Xbox or PlayStation. People just want to play with their friends. That's one of the biggest things I hate about gaming. Everyone gets so crazy with this shit. You should be more mad at the fact that people have to sit there and struggle to pick between one system to play together. When it's reality, it doesn't matter.
Yeah,
They're both
exactly.
they
Yeah,
both the
like
same system, honestly.
I just
People
play
have been
what
asking for this
I
for the
love.
longest.
Like I don't like getting into these arguments. Like people get in arguments. Which one's better, PlayStation or Xbox? Like I just
It's
say both
preference.
because like I don't want to get into argument. Like I prefer PlayStation, but like I just am sick of these arguments of picking sides. It's just
Yeah,
ridiculous.
it's preference. Do you like exclusive games or do you like more media side? Do you like to be able to
Yeah.
play your music immediately and stuff like that? But
I
even the
think the
PlayStation 5
Wolverine
has all
game
that
is
now.
it exclusive. Like J Money,
It's exclusive.
the Wolverine game is a PlayStation exclusive.
Mm-hmm.
It's coming from it. What's
Yeah,
that
it will.
company?
Yeah, it will be. A
Insomniac.
PlayStation. I mean, if it's
Insomniac.
coming from
Like
Insomniac,
Yep.
it's a PlayStation
The
exclusive.
same people who
Oh,
made the
yeah.
Spider-Man games.
so, it wouldn't make any because PlayStation owns like the company and it's
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's
They have an
there.
exclusive right with them. They make
And
all
can
the
I also
they
just
have
say
a
that
release
remember
to
that
all of their
Sony does
stuff.
have
I
an
don't think they
exclusive
own
deal with
them.
Marvel, so this makes more sense.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I don't Marcus. I don't see like Sony acquiring Square Enix.
Definitely not. Not right now. Maybe
Yeah.
with the flop of the Avengers and how much
Oh
money
my
they
god,
lost on that. But
I mean,
that game was terrible. Oh my
I
god.
think it got a
so bad.
rebound.
I still play it, and I play it very often now because it has gotten better, and they've updated the gear. They've increased the gear cap.
Have
They've
you
added
played?
more characters.
Have you played as Spider-Man? Oh my
Spider-Man is
god.
very, very fun in my opinion. He has some problems, like his swinging is very glitchy and is not nearly as good as Insomniac's. But you know, and then there's glitches with his webbing. It doesn't work on bosses, which is the dumbest thing in the world. The devs
Yeah,
really
it's
addressed it. They were like, "Oh, we're not gonna let Spider-Man web up the bosses because it messes with their animation." I'm like, it slows
That's the
down the
problem.
animation. I'm guessing that's what it's supposed to do. It's supposed to slow down the
That's
animation.
supposed to slow down the boss. That's the point of the webbing.
Yeah,
My
so
thing
it's
is
like
like
that's what it does. It's like it should. That's what cryo, the ice already does that. So it's okay if it does that to bosses, but maybe at a lesser effect. You know.
Well, Zeno, I mean, you never care, but I'm gonna tell you right now, if you've ever played God of War or Ghost of Tsushima, you'll care.
Yeah, they're
You'll
very
care.
like. I just started playing like I'm not big a God of War
was released on PC.
fan, but like I started playing the game like because I have I think PlayStation Plus or whatever and you download it for free, like you could play it and I played it and I really liked it and I got Ghost of Tsushima. I really like that game too. Like I feel like with Sony like they're games you like a lot and like when you try them you start getting into that like mythology of like that franchise.
Yeah, I loved that
And-
whole Japanese mythology.
and it's like despite Square Enix like dropping the ball with Avengers, I enjoyed it for the most part originally, like when we first started, but then it got over like repetitive and stuff like that.
Yeah,
But but I think
And I
for
will
that
say the death of
shortcoming, we
Chadwick
got
Boseman definitely affected the game.
Oh, yeah.
They were going to release Black Panther first, which means the raid that
Oh, yeah.
literally just came out 2 months ago would have been out already.
Yeah, I
And
can't believe I have
it
that
would have
stupid
been
Avengers
so
game
much
sitting in
more
a
fun.
goddamn steelbook that I have hung up on the wall, and I've never used it once.
Yeah.
I'm talking about
incredible.
talking about God of War, guys. The game is so popular right now.
Yeah, God of War.
I just
Yeah,
don't
God
know
of War
why
is
we
probably
haven't
God of
gotten.
War is the most popular
I
game
can't wait
series
for the
out there.
sequel.
Yeah.
Like when do you guys think the sequel will come out?
November. I'm thinking if it comes out in 2022, because it might not. Then it's going to come out in November or December. Insomniac has Spider-Man coming out this year, which is another PlayStation exclusive. Wolverine is
I
coming
thought
out
it
next
comes
year.
out
You got 2
2023.
DC games coming out this year. There's so many games coming out this year. So it's like
get that
you wanna space
Batmobile
them out.
simulator out of here.
I
Gotham
actually
Knights?
here's a hot take.
Gotham
I
Knights,
actually
I'm a little
like
worried about.
I actually like Batman Arkham Knight.
I like Arkham Knight when it doesn't involve the Batmobile.
Like I
Arkham
understand
Knight.
there's
Oh, I'm talking about Gotham Knights. Gotham Knights is
Gotham Knights.
Gotham Knights. It's different.
Oh, I'm
It's
so
like,
like
I'm
this
excited
is
for
the
it.
first time like I'm really excited for that game more than actually what Rocksteady's doing. Like I'm still excited what Rocksteady's doing, But this is the first time we're actually gonna be playing as the Bat family, and that really excites me.
My
As a
thing
Batman
is
fan.
like it feels good to like start like like me I enjoyed DC since I was young, and now that like we're getting more and more like DC games that are improving over time now we're getting Gotham Knights and
I
Suicide
like
Squad
that
Killers.
Batman
They're
is
making
not the
apparently a
focus.
Gotham Knights TV show for the CW, which has
That's
nothing to do
probably
with the
gonna get
movie, with the
canceled
game.
anyway.
I
Hey,
so
but
hope it
guys,
does.
hear me out.
I'd
Hear
rather
me
than
out.
not touch any of the Bat family on CW
Yeah.
anyway.
It's supposedly the synopsis for it was a Batman gets killed, and then one of the Robins, we don't know which one, one of the Robins. Oh, actually, it doesn't say Robin. It says the adopted son of Batman, which means either Dick or I don't know who the hell else is adopted.
Dick or Tim. I don't see Jason doing it.
Exactly. But they get set up, and it isn't just him. It's a Gotham Knights, so it's multiple. It's actually the villains, the kids of the villains. So like Penguin's kid and Joker's
Why
kid.
does Penguin have a kid?
Exactly. It's like what villains? Who the hell is going to sleep with these people? Mr. Freeze ain't got a kid. His wife's dead, frozen.
Well, I mean, Joker's got Harley. Joker's got Harley.
Yeah, you only got him.
Joker uses Harley like a
What was it gonna
like
be
a
Harley
baseball.
Jr. now? And you're gonna have a Penguin Jr., a Two-Face Jr. Like, what's with these kids with villains?
All I've asked
you don't get to be mayor. You don't get to be mayor.
All I've ever asked for is just to give me my Batman Beyond series. That's all I ever
Oh
asked.
yes.
I've just been asking for that. It's
I just
simple,
wanna
but
see
you know what?
Terry
They probably
McGinnis.
messed that up too. So
Now, what were you saying, Lena Deli? You said you were telling us to give to hear you out.
Yeah. Who wants to see a God of War live action adaptation?
100%. I was just
That
thinking
would be
about
awesome.
100%, and
they
I
can do
want
it. It depends
Christopher Judge to actually be God of War.
Oh, really?
The guy who's voicing him. He also
People
voices
suggested that Jason Momoa can
somebody
play.
else.
He's gonna have to shave. He's gonna have to shave his head.
Yeah, 100%
Or
would have to
bulk
shave
up.
and would have to bulk up way more, in my opinion, like Henry Cavill level bulk. Like he can bulk up, but it would have to be Henry Cavill level bulk.
Well, he already was bulked up for Aquaman.
Yeah, but I'm talking maybe even a little more, or
Well,
maybe just
Momoa's
leaner,
already
just
6'4".
leaner, maybe just
He's already
leaner.
6'4". I don't think he needs.
My thing is like if we're doing God of War and we
A
go
tall
off
one,
like
yeah. If he's tall, yeah.
my thing is like if we're doing God of War and we're going off like from God of War 1 to God of War like our current or God of War Ragnarok, then he doesn't really have to be that big because I don't even think Kratos was even that big.
Yeah, yeah. In the original one, you're right. He wasn't that big. He was kind of smaller, but then in this one, they wanted to give him that more of a emphasized like boy, type voice and act, and they wanted a model that matched the voice actor and everything.
Yeah,
I'm
So
not
that's
a
kinda why
gamer.
he looked
Sorry.
You're not a gamer either way. Me and William are sitting over here like,
the alt one's out.
We'll just come up over here and like do our thing, man. Like,
no, I really think we're getting there, guys. Now we're having Uncharted
I think
coming
that'd
up.
be awesome though. Like,
Yeah.
I'm a little
That'd be
worried
incredible,
about
'cause-
Uncharted. Like I played the games on PlayStation. I'm a big fan of the franchise, but who's the actor playing Victor Sullivan? What's his name?
It's
Mark Wahlberg.
Mark Wahlberg.
I'm sorry. I can't see him playing the character. Like
He should have. Well, he was
the
supposed
trailer.
to play Nick. What's his name? The main character.
I'm fine with Tom
Nathan.
Holland.
Yeah,
I'm
Nathan,
fine with Tom Holland playing a young version of Nathan Drake. That's fine. But I just can't see the other actor playing Victor Sullivan because, like, when watching the trailer, he does not have the mannerism like the games or anything like that. He just doesn't feel like Victor Sullivan from the
I think
game.
they're going for like Victor Sullivan in the movies is like he basically did what Nathan Drake did. He actually went out and explored things, so he was more active than the guy in the movie and the games were. Maybe that's what I'm thinking. And then
because
they go out
last
together.
I don't know, man.
time
Looking at that Uncharted like trailer. There's just parts
looked
like
good.
when he's falling. I mean, it looks good. There's parts of it that absolutely look good, but then there's parts of it that it's like that whole sequence of them like jumping back up the luggage to the airplane.
It's
It's
a
like
game scene,
I
but
mean,
it just doesn't work
it's
live
a game
action.
scene, but it's
Yeah.
it's a lot of us. I'm trying to think of the name.
It's from
Yeah,
a
disbelief.
sequence. I think
Yeah, suspended
Uncharted.
disbelief.
I think it's from Uncharted 2 or 3, where
2.
where Nathan Drake falls off and he has to climb back into the plane in the game.
Which would make sense if it just, I don't know, it makes me feel like they're not connected. There isn't enough connection, like enough roping connecting all those bins together. It just feels like there's just barely hanging on. And he shouldn't be able to hang on either.
Yeah,
He's
like I
flying
don't
at
like I
400
don't like to
miles
be
an hour.
I don't like to be too much of a stickler when it comes to movies, you know, because like I want to suspend my disbelief, whatever. But man, there's just some stuff that you just go, what the heck?
Yeah.
I mean,
like this
I
plane's flying at 100 miles an hour, you know, 100 miles an hour, and we're just gonna like jump up the.
I'm just
like,
very concerned, like
Yeah,
with
like, come on, you
Uncharted,
can't jump
because like what with video game
I'm old.
movies.
No, I get it.
With video game movies, I feel like they're not very done well. Like they're just not done well enough. Like
traditionally they haven't been. I mean, you know, that's like the whole thing is like,
yeah,
you know,
like
they're just
Sonic. Sonic was okay,
Sonic's
but
was
like
very good,
yeah.
I think that was pretty. That one it was done pretty well. But like, I just like feel like with video game movies, like they're just the adaptation, how they do whatever they pick. It's just not very well done.
Yeah, I'm not a gamer, but I have watched some video game movies. The difference being, I think most video game movies are doomed from conception, simply because the way a video game written is written for a different type of engagement than a movie.
Hours. You know?
So
It's
it's
written
just
for hours of gameplay. Yep.
different type of development on every level, and trying to adapt that. The game maker never meant it for that, and now you're trying to adapt it for that. Sometimes it works, but the overwhelming majority of video game movies suck. And I
Yeah, they do.
You know, and it's just, you know, there are some
I
gems
think
out there.
Sonic is probably one of the very few that does it right. Like,
Yeah, and if you look at it, it's a simplistic sort of game in comparison to some of the other ones that have been made in the video games that people complain about.
Well, and look what that movie almost was, right? I mean, like everybody was flipping out over that one. My God, like, you know, I mean, everybody complained about that one. So, you know,
and then the story was originally completely different too. It was going to be with the Chaos Emeralds in the first one.
Yeah, but they're
I mean,
they're introducing that in the second movie and stuff like that.
My thing is like for Uncharted, it's not any of the characters, and I can get past like somewhat get past like Nathan hopping from like luggage to luggage, because it's literally the entire game. It's just a bunch of adventurers with no climbing gear, you know, hopping from platform like over like 80-year-old platforms, and you know, mowing down people. I can suspend my disbelief for that. My only thing is I'm still trying to get used to like Tom Holland's Nathan Drake, because
he
that's
just seems slightly
But you
too
gotta
young.
know, guys.
It's just,
You gotta know, Uncharted was supposed to be a James Bond prequel. Tom Holland pitched it as a James Bond prequel to Sony, and then they turned it to Uncharted. So,
and then
I
the
don't
character
mind.
version was going
I
to
don't
be
mind
Mark
like
Wahlberg.
Tom Holland, but I know a lot of people really wanted Nathan Fillion as Nathan
Oh,
Drake,
yeah.
and he fits the part. Like he looks like Nathan
He did a
Fillion.
fan film, right?
Did you guys? Did you guys ever watch the fan film
Oh, it was
that
awesome.
Nathan Fillion did in Uncharted? Like, it's very
I
good.
don't think I
It was
watched it,
awesome.
but I heard it.
Well, you know, it'll be interesting. But William, I know that you were watching this earlier. So, William, you think that Sony will be able to bounce back from this pretty quickly?
Yeah, I don't think it's a deal. See, what ends up happening is a lot of these people that sold off stock own common stock. So when these mergers and stuff happens, they buy it on the speculation and anticipation that the stock is going to jump based on this positive speculation of Microsoft and the capabilities of Microsoft. A lot of those people own Sony stock. Now, the good thing about that is that allows average blue-collar Joes like myself and people like me who buy stocks on a much, much lower level to get in on the basement level when the stock drops like that. And that's how these people recover. You have big stock sell-offs, but then you turn around and have people who are not billionaires or not hedge fund people who can now afford these stocks because either they've dropped down to that price or they split, and you can get more dividends. And and another thing, as long as did Sony sell PlayStation today? Did Sony sell split? Then don't worry about Sony.
Oh yeah, that'll be all right.
Sony is gonna be fine.
That's what I was gonna say. They'll be all right. They'll bounce back.
Yeah, it's just that whenever a merger happens like this, and people who buy tech stocks and buy stocks like this, they sell in order to be able to buy the up and going stock. They sell the stock that's not in the news, but eventually they come back to that stock. But while they're flying away, and the price is plunging, Walmart level guys like myself can get in there, and there's more Walmart level guys buying stock than there are hedge fund guys. So that volume from the little man will boost Sony stock back up.
No,
that's just how stocks
So you
work.
making popcorn, Axel, and I'm copying you.
That's some legit talking, William.
Are you sharing, bro? Like,
is it?
No, I mean,
I'll share.
He had enough to show us,
dude. He had enough there, bro.
All right. So one more thing that I'm not a huge fan of, and I know we talk about it on the channel a lot, and everybody's always like, oh my gosh, Enosh, I can't believe you're not a big fan of this, whatever, is Lord of the Rings.
Oh damn.
You guys Lord of the Rings fans?
I like the games more than the movies, to be honest.
I actually never watched the movies, to be honest.
I've only watched The Hobbit, and my former
Hobbit.
acting teacher wants to kill me because I enjoyed it.
Lord of the Rings is Game of Thrones for kids. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that
Okay,
intro
chill out,
thing
William.
gave
Chill
me
out, man.
feels of Game of
That's
Thrones.
not true at all.
When I want to go adulting, I go Game of Thrones.
Okay.
I like Game of Thrones. The show's very good.
Yeah, but without Lord of the Rings, look, I'm not a huge Lord of the Rings fan. Everything says I should be, but I just have never been into it. I guess my question is this: for anybody who's into Lord of the Rings, why?
Yeah.
Like, if we just had like,
we're about to have a Clerks 2 fight in here, and I sort of
I think it has something to do with the quest that they go on and the adventure, and then
I think it's
no, but didn't we just see the movies? Like, didn't we just see like literally they did the movies, right? And then then they went back and they did the Hobbit. They stretched out one book into 3 movies.
Very long movies, not just 3 movies.
I know.
Aren't they making a game of Lord of the Rings too?
I don't know.
So what
I think
is it?
so. I think I heard something about them making a Lord of the Rings game about a year ago. Yeah.
Well,
I'm just asking the question at this point. Like, now that there's this thing, the Rings of Power. Like, why? Like, what is this story? What is this story?
I'm pretty sure it's the creation of the rings. And
is it the creation of the rings?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's what they talked about. It's the creation of the rings, and it's basically that intro to the first Lord of the Rings movie where they're showing the rings and they're showing Sauron. I think they have so many names that sound exactly the same.
Sauron. Yeah.
I think the one that has all the rings, and they, it's gonna be basically the rise of him. I think. And that fight at the beginning of the Lord of the Rings 1 or whichever one they showed in, I think is going to be like the end of the series or something.
Here's the deal. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, here's the deal. I've read all the books. I'm kind of a nerd for Lord of the Rings. I've read all the books. I've watched all the movies a number of times. So I think your answer, Enosh, came out perfect. To be honest, I wasn't expecting Amazon to carry out a show after like the way Hobbit was received and stuff. I didn't think we're ever going to get another live action Lord of the Rings stuff. But the books. So the thing is, Lord of the Rings is it might seem huge, but it's actually very small in the wider scope of the mythology. Kind of like how maybe like a comic book movie. It's like, let's say there's a Batman movie about his like year 1, but he still has so many years of Batman. Lord of the Rings has like there's thousands of years, like even before, like this is talking about the rings being made, and it's so much more because I have friends who are also fans of the books. The movies don't do a lot of stuff justice, and even with Peter Jackson's like live action interpretation, he can only do so much with his Tolkien. When Tolkien was making Lord of the Rings, he spaces out everything. He does a lot of stuff in depth. Dude, I couldn't finish the second book until like I turned 13 because I literally couldn't understand what he was saying. Like my mind had to be like smarter because like I had to grow smarter to read his books because they're so like in depth and lore. But I mean, it's the thing is with this, there's a lot of fans of this. Lord of the Rings is a big IP, so
Oh hell yeah!
if
We
it
dropped
sucks,
$500 million on it. Amazon dropped $500 million to produce it. So hey,
yeah,
more power to them.
yeah. I mean, and that's one season, right? So, and there's supposed to be a lot. There's planning to make a lot more. So, we don't. I'm just saying, like, if it fails, it's gonna fall
Did they
hard,
spend
bro.
millions
Because
just
like,
to get the rights to make it?
Yeah, but
well,
see what it does is it brings value to Amazon streaming network. So it's a good spin. I mean, the only time I'd ever watch anything Lord of the Rings again if Denny Villeneuve remade them or redid them or did them something with it. If his name was attached to it, I might give it like 2 seconds. But because like Dune, I read the Dune books and I would rather gnaw my own eyes out than read Dune again. But when he did these movies, when he did Dune, when he packaged Dune the way he did it and the visuals that he did it in, I couldn't resist it. Same thing with Lord of the Rings. I didn't like the Peter Jackson movies. I know they're considered epic and people love them and like great, but
won a
I thought
bunch
they
of
were long.
Oscars awards.
Yeah, well, hey, you know what? A lot of movies that bored me to tears have won Oscars. But look up The Last Emperor, one of the absolute dregs of movies to win Best Movie at Oscars. But you know what? It just that's not criteria for winning an Oscar.
Yep.
Just for being a great movie sometimes. I mean, you know,
Just not doing it for you, huh?
Oscars are so great now.
Yeah.
So I guess William is like the guy in Clerks 2 doing the walking thing, saying, "So this is the first movie. He walks. He does like he mocks walking.
Oh
This is
yeah,
the
when
second
he
movie. How does the ring off?"
I'm the guy who sits there and asks, like, well, if they could just fly the birds there in the first place, why didn't they do it?
Yeah, you be Randall. Yeah, you're Randall.
I
Everyone,
believe
yeah, William
because
is
they were
Randall.
shut down by the Eye of Sauron.
The Eye of Sauron would have disturbed there. Yeah, the Eye of Sauron wouldn't let them get close. The only reason Frodo and Sam did it was because they were so sneaky and would hide behind mountains, and Sauron wasn't focused on. But when they take the ring to the volcano, Sauron is focusing on the battle. He's focusing on all like the war with the orcs and the men and stuff. He's not focusing on Sam and Frodo, which is really going to be his Achilles heel later on when they do dump the ring. He does when they vanquish him, but not really. He's still alive, but can't be. It's weird. The books go into it a lot. So
Yeah, too much. But hey, you know, like I said, to each. The title Lord of the Rings, just hearing it, and I'm like, Amazon dropped 500 million, and I know that they got people on it, but I'm like, what makes me so happy is, like I said, grown up Lord of the Rings is coming out in April. House of the Dragon. Woo!
Yeah, but I mean, is there anybody on the panel
I don't
though
think
who's
it's
like super
fantastic.
excited for this? Like this is their thing?
I mean,
I mean, if you titled it "The Boys" and only bring down a throat of someone, maybe.
I'll do you one better. I'll do you one better.
I feel you.
I'll only be excited for it if it began with Zack Snyder's Lord of the Rings.
Oh, can Darkseid have the ring too? Because at
There
this
you go.
point, why not? All right, let's.
Well, I would have so many.
The only thing with rings that I'm really looking forward to, like really excited and like hope to God one day we get a good adaptation of, is a green one. So,
oh my god.
Now my question is,
Ryan for Guy Gardner. I'm in.
there you go. I'll even take some
I
of that.
thought you were going to say
I'll watch-
Shang-Chi. I was like, it's Shang-Chi rings.
Yeah, Shang-Chi. I like the movie.
I just don't know where they got dragons from for no reason.
Yeah, I liked it a lot better than I thought that I was going to like it, to be honest with you.
I was enjoying it.
So I enjoyed
I saw
it.
it on Disney Plus. So.
Yeah, I enjoyed it. But it wasn't like the greatest movie that I saw. You know, like
It was a popcorn movie. It wasn't anything special.
Yeah,
There's going to be a lot
I
of
think
movies like
compared
that. There's going to be a lot of Marvel movies that are not going to be great movies, but they're long form storytelling. So like Eternals didn't blow anybody's socks off. It was a really good movie. But if you understood the lore that they were laying out, you understood why they had to make that movie. Same thing with Shang-Chi, whereas previous phases of Marvel, they, like I said, they were telling their story, but you were getting a lot of fireworks up front.
Yeah.
It's gone into a different phase, and they're building a lot more solid groundwork for what they're about to do next because it's so expansive. People think it's a multiverse, and we're just going to go 2 or 3 years with just a bunch of goofy cameos. That's not necessarily true. It's probably going to be done with Doctor Strange, and then you'll start building the galactic phase with Galactus, Eternals, people of that level. Finding out what that Eternal that's stuck in the
They're
planet.
also going to build the ground level, which they're going to do with TV shows.
That's they're going to build ground level on TV. Ground level on TV, which is perfect for Disney Plus.
Do we think they're gonna like humankind is do we think like because the Eternal was turned
also they are going to bring in the more supernatural too.
There's two people talking at once. I couldn't hear the first question.
Do you think for MCU they're gonna try and study the Eternals, the giant thing that came out the ground, and try and figure out?
That's what I was asking. That looks like Galactus to me.
Galactus? I don't know.
If you look at that Eternal, you can clearly see his head, the top of his helmet, and they might do a retcon because Ego was not a Celestial. They totally destroyed Ego's origin story and all that, and did whatever the hell they want. So I could clearly see them. But if you look at that picture, or if you look at that's Galactus's head, in my opinion.
That's what I kind of
wait. Where? What picture are you talking about?
Look at the end of Eternals when they stopped the Eternal from being hatched in the middle of the earth, and only his head and his hand comes out. Look at the top of that helmet. That looks a lot like Galactus to me.
Yeah,
that's just me, but it looks like Galactus. And that's well within.
I don't think they're gonna reveal Galactus that way, William. He's too big of a character to show.
Either that, or Galactus is gonna be like the enemy of the Eternals and is what killed Nowhere.
No, Galactus is the enemy of the cosmos.
Well, kill Nowhere.
But if not that way, but how else would they? There's other ways they could, but that introducing him that way, he is a world devourer. His arrival means the destruction of worlds, which his hatching would mean the destruction, and it will basically be him hatching and somebody, maybe the Fantastic Four, somebody finding a way to save Earth.
Is just an eater. He's opposed to the Celestials. They wouldn't birth him.
Yeah, but like I said, in comics, yes, but Marvel does what they want to.
They do. I mean, just look at what they're doing with Miss Marvel's powers now. They actually decided to give it a rework, and instead of her being,
does she still have her stretch powers?
Nope, I don't think so. I think she has her light-based powers now.
Yeah, she has
her original powers.
But they do what they need to do to fit their narrative, which is fine. I mean, they did it with, like I said, Ego.
I was going to ask William, why not have a? I mean, when you're seeing Galactus usually in stories, wouldn't Silver Surfer come first? Isn't he supposed to be the warning for all this stuff? Or do you think that MCU's going to take it?
If we were writing a comic book story, then yeah, that's how it happens. It first comes in Fantastic Four, 48, 49, 50. The coming of Galactus was summoned by his herald, and that's who appeared first. And then that's when Galactus came in the subsequent issues. But they're not writing a comic book; they're writing a movie. So they don't necessarily need. They can use that as somewhat of an inspiration, but there's nothing saying that they can't change the narrative, and they have enough credibility with the fans that if they decided that thing that's growing out of the middle of the planet is Galactus, nobody's going to have a major issue with it. Hardcore geeks might have an issue with it, but
I think there'd be backlash.
I think it'd be cool if it was
backlash from who and how many.
I think there'd be backlash from people who have looked into the comics.
Stupid.
Galactus. They wouldn't miss a beat, and the percentage of people that get away with it will be backlash.
I think if they explain it well,
the percentage of backlash
Galactus was like a new name. It gave itself, and and the reason why he's so hungry is because he didn't get the power he needed when he was being born or something. Maybe some weird.
Yeah. And remember, the overwhelming majority of people that are going to lay down money for these movies are not me. They're not us.
Right.
So we can tell them a narrative, and they'll be okay with it. And like I said, I'll have the guys who come into the store and be like, "You see what they did, Galactus?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I saw it, dude." Now you, me, and the other 8% of us, and we can sit back and watch what the other 92% are going to enjoy. They've done that. Like I said, they've changed the narrative. But I wouldn't do it that way. But that looks like Galactus at the end of that movie.
Oh, my thing is
But why not just make a new character? So if your idea is that you're pushing an audience who won't know Galactus, then why would you make a character that isn't like Galactus in his story, like Galactus, why not just make a
The
new
same way
character?
that half the characters' origins that they've done in the MCU have nothing to do with their real origins, and they've used the basis of those characters for their story. Galactus is still huge, but most people who are even buying comics, unless you're buying comics that actually have to do with Galactus, you don't really care about what's going on with Galactus. If you were buying X-Men in the 80s, when I was buying, if you were buying X-Men, you didn't give a damn about what was going on with Galactus because you weren't buying the Fantastic Four or any of those other ones. And so even half of all comicdom isn't really keen on that, and it's not going to move the needle for them. So if half of the people who read what's supposed to be the source material don't care, the other 93% of the audience isn't going to care, but they use those as the basis of their story, whether they follow them exactly or not. They use the Celestials. All right, the Celestials origin that they gave was absolute BS. Erisham does not speak. All right, the judge doesn't speak, and the Celestials don't speak.
And Olympia is not a really like a place for it for the Celeste or for the Eternals, and they're not synthetic. Really, they're not synthetic.
Yeah, so they did what they wanted to do.
Yeah, they did what they wanted.
So exactly, but they used the Eternals, right? So they used the Eternals, but they did what they needed to do. They could have created new characters, but they didn't.
What does the
They used
Eternals mean for
pre-existing ones.
Thanos though? Like, does that mean Thanos? Because he's technically an Eternal with the deviant
gene.
He's an Eternal with a deviant gene.
Well, but MCU, he's not really an Eternal at all. Let's just be honest.
But they bring in Star Fox.
His brother.
He is an Eternal because you can't bring in Star Fox, who is an Eternal, and you know that Star Fox
who is his brother.
So yeah,
he may not have a deviant gene in this, but he has
a deviant gene.
They also messed with the
does it? Is it confirmed?
Yeah, you look at it. That deviant gene. The Skrulls, all humanoid deviants have that truffle. That's a sign of the deviant gene.
Yeah.
If you look at that truffle, the Skrulls have it and they have it. That's a sign of a humanoid with a deviant gene. But they can retcon that. Like I said, they Thanos alone. Thanos is an idiot. But yet Marvel made him into this mastermind galactic cosmic level thing.
Yeah.
So they do whatever they want. So which is fine.
Thanos was the hero all along.
My only thing is like if we made this like the Celestial into Galactus, I think, and overall I don't really like the Eternals. I thought it was really boring, but like I do see like it's a lot of contradictions to the movie, and like retconning it where it's like it's Galactus now kind of kills it for me. Probably makes it even worse because of the fact that we were told that if this Celestial is born, it will destroy the world, and then we have it's coming back, but it's going to be Galactus instead. I mean, it would probably still destroy the planet if it was born.
Here's what you could do. Here's what you do, and it'd be a 5-minute storyline. What he was going to become was a Celestial, but once they stop that, some other galactic core, something else reactivates Galactus, and since he's not a Celestial, but he still needs power, and there are they could extract him from that planet. I mean, look who we're talking about. We're talking about alpha level comic book characters that can do all kinds of stuff. You got Wanda creating her own reality. There will be a way to get him out of that planet without destroying the planet, and that might be the threat. But
it'll be a lot of reaching.
It'll be a lot of reaching, but it's a comic book movie, and we're reaching by the fact that they even exist to begin with.
Yeah.
So you have to suspend your disbelief, and you also have to understand that once again, they're not writing a comic book; they're making a movie. And it's just like the same thing with books. People are always like, well, the book was better than the movie. I'm like, okay, but I'm not going to go read a movie. Certain adjustments have to be made, and that's just what you do sometimes. And they've been doing it, though. Like I said, it'd be different if that's not what the MCU has been doing for 13, 14 years. They've retconned the hell. Like I said, half of the people you see coming across your screen on a Marvel movie, those are not their origins. Those are not how they came up. I mean, they've done what they needed to do to tell their story.
Yeah, with superhero movies, the adaptations always gonna be different. Like you don't want a superhero movies to be exactly the same from comic books.
I don't, but I don't also want my comic book movies to have some form of like competence with their characters. Like even like you said, William, they made Thanos is an idiot, but they made him this I guess somewhat sympathetic villain. Well, he's not, but they made him this like this hit villain that everyone enjoys out of Infinity War, and
They want you to feel for the villains.
But see, if they can do that with Thanos, they gave you the Thanos that they wanted to give you, and people bought it. I'm not saying I agree with this being Galactus. That just looks like a lot like Galactus to me.
Yeah.
But if they did it, people will eat it up. They'll be just fine.
Yeah.
I mean, like I said, us the 8%ers will want to rip up the carpet, but like I said, we're going to be in a sea of people who will eat it right up, because almost every Marvel character you look at right now, they've basically done whatever the hell that they wanted to. They portrayed them like they wanted to. Obviously, if you've heard me, they bushwhacked Spider-Man's character. That's not Spider-Man we've been seeing since 2014. Spider-Man never, ever needed Tony Stark. Spider-Man would have thought Tony Stark was an asshole and wouldn't have even associated with him. Spider-Man never joined the Avengers until 2006, and there was this explicit reason why he didn't. But yet we're here we are in the comic book movie world thinking that Spider-Man was always an Avenger. Stan Lee and Jack Kirby and Ditko explicitly did not want him in certain titles. And as a matter of fact, you had to get permission all the way up until 68 to even have Spider-Man in your comic book. He didn't go to space. Spider-Man didn't even go to space until the character had been around 8 years. Right? But yet, if you go into a movie with a kid or somebody who's only seen MCU, you think that Spider-Man was this bumbling kid that needed some billionaire for all of his stuff, and was a part of a team for his entire career, which is not the case. That's what they did though, and it worked for them. But if they did it with Galactus, nobody would flinch. I mean, not enough people would flinch to make it sound. I'll say
And
that.
Spider-Man was
Fair
never Iron Boy Jr., William.
Exactly.
I mean,
they distorted Spider-Man to tell their story for their purposes, which is fine.
I think
which is fine.
My thinking is like each Spider-Man has an aspect from the original comics as a whole. Like, but like he became Iron Man Jr., but even No Way Home kind of fixed that. And
but it took me how many years of Spider-Man movies?
Yeah, but he also
that's
did
storytelling.
have
That was
a
the point.
yeah, he did have a mentor figure with Johnny Storm in the original comic. So I guess it's like it's kind of reflecting.
He
like,
had a buddy relationship.
Yeah, well, buddy, but it's also like he was the more experienced out of the two in that case as well.
And that was once every couple of years. Like I said, the only mentor he had early on was Reed Richards, and they took care of. Look at the editorial history of Spider-Man. They handled the character very, very carefully. He wasn't in stuff, and it was when books were about to get canceled. That's where Spider-Man came around and saved your book, like Marvel Tales, all these other books. But Spider-Man, when Spider-Man was in your book, he was the top billing. All right, there was no Spider-Man who's never ever been a supporting character until he popped up in these movies. The Stan Lee would have stormed out of the building before he allowed that.
I mean, we can. Oh, you can go ahead. Go ahead. I'll respond after.
No, go ahead, man.
Oh, so like my thing is like especially when we look at with great power comes great responsibility. Like from like the Sam Raimi movies, like they made Uncle Ben into a Jesus figure when he never really was in that case. And great power comes great responsibility was never Uncle Ben's line, but here we have Uncle Ben in the Sam Raimi movies that made him a martyr, and now we have a constant repeat of that. Now it's become more like it became popular then, and that's what mainly people know is, oh yeah, that's Uncle Ben's line, but it never was that. In that case, I don't think they even really I don't remember if they showed Uncle Ben all that often. In that case, then.
Well, no, he's only in like a couple panels of the original comic anyway. He's in Amazing Fantasy 15, and that's where he has his code of, I just can't have this power. But that's in Amazing Fantasy 15. That's in his first appearance.
Yeah.
So how you see it in the movies is pretty much how it goes out. And every movie, like I said, up to this point, he was not designed to be a team player. He was not designed. Spider-Man was designed to be a solitary character, and they kept him that way. He did not join a group until in 2006, when, like I said, some of the worst writing in Marvel came along between 2006 and 2010. And that's when let's make Spider-Man an Avenger. Let's make Wolverine an Avenger. Let's just throw anything we can to see if we can get people to buy these books.
Because Wolverine be Avenger?
What's up?
Why would Wolverine be Avenger?
Because Marvel at the time was desperate for sales, and those books were doing better than others. Spider-Man was doing better than their main books, and and X-Men books were pretty steady throughout that time. Wolverine being the most popular X-Men, they stuck him in things like that so that they tried to get a crossover audience. They tried to get the Spider-Man audience to cross over and pick up Avengers books and things like that because they had Secret Invasion. They had all these things that were going on, but the books just weren't moving, and that was the old formula. Let's stick Spidey on it, or let's stick Wolverine, or in this case, let's stick them both on there. And that's how they did it. And then they involved them in these much larger stories too. But once again, Spider-Man just wasn't that. He was a guest appearance in your book when your book was about to get canceled. Right? And sometimes he took over the book. Like Marvel Tales was not even that became a Spider-Man book because it was about to get canceled. And that's just how they did it, But up to that point, Spider-Man wasn't a part of a superhero group, and that's because it wasn't designed.
Do you think in the MCU that I think
hold on for a second. Hey, Marcus Cruz, Spider-Man was in space. Remember Secret Wars? Yeah, but that was prior to that. Go find how many stories where he was in space, and they just didn't do that. And after Secret Wars, in his own book, he wasn't in space anymore. They just didn't make him that kind of character. He was your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man, not your goofball going off on a spaceship Spider-Man. That just wasn't what they wanted for the character.
God. I know William would hate Ultimate Spider-Man, the TV show, the cartoon. He'd hate it.
I don't. When it comes to cartoons, I don't regard cartoons as something that I take seriously as far as the actual comics goes.
Oh man,
I'm not knocking the cartoons, but they're not relevant. They're not relevant.
Yeah, like I
love Ultimate Spider-Man. I have Ultimate Spider-Man the comic book, but the animation doesn't mean anything to me. If you like it, great. I'm not knocking it. It's just not a part of my reality.
Yeah.
Axel wants to say something.
Go ahead.
I got a question. So, what about Miles Morales? Has he ever been like a team player or something? Like
within his own core Spider-Man characters like Spider-Gwen, Peter Parker. Before they merged the 616 universe, he was basically on his own. He had
Jessica Drew with him.
He had her. He had some members of S.H.I.E.L.D. that were helping him. But for the most part, the strength of Miles Morales' character is that he was alone. He didn't even have a Spider mentor at the time because he came after Spider-Man died in Fallout. So it was a story. It was a story that was based on that. Now, when they merged him, they still, if you read the Spider-Man, the Miles Morales comics, they still are very protective of who and what he acts with, and that's the way they should continue it. And that's Miles Morales books outsell Spider-Man books in some cases.
Hey, William. Hey, Lois. So Lois here with a £2 super chat. Thank you, Lois. Sorry, I had to use the facilities. I was sitting here and I was enjoying a beverage and everything, and so I had to use the facilities. But I'm back now, refreshed and ready to go. Ready to bring it home. Lewis Cox here with a £2 super chat. It's Sony crashed today to the tune of $20 billion on the stock market. So that's where the title comes from. It wasn't they didn't crush, but they did crash to $20 billion. and I just love the fact we lost $20 billion.
They got crushed.
Yeah, we lost $20 billion. Yeah, we'll be back. I wish I could lose $20 billion.
But look at tomorrow. Look at that same chart tomorrow.
Yeah.
At the bottom, players like me get our coins and crack our piggy banks and go for that much cheaper stock. That's going to cause the stock to jump up again. That's just know.
Yeah, hey, I can. I'm sure it will. Okay, so also on the docket here, Batman Runtime came out. 2 hours, 56 minutes. No 2 hour time limit on the Batman.
Oh, they learned their lesson with that.
That's good news.
It's good news.
How many Batman origins am
And that's Matt Reeves having a lot of leverage of we're going to do it my way or I'm walking out.
I mean,
Exactly.
honestly, he's the only one that has a Batman movie that anyone gives a damn about right now. So
He said,
yeah.
he practically, I'm going to do my job.
And you know why he was able to get that kind of leverage? Because of what Warner Brothers had done prior to that. You know, I
And
mean,
how
Matt
the
Reeves,
debacle happened.
yeah, Matt Reeves could have
I
gone
remember him
anywhere.
saying that if they messed around with his movie, and if they meddled in with anything that he was doing do with his universe and stuff like that, he was gonna walk out.
Yep.
That he's leaving. He was gonna walk out. Then they decided to back off.
Yeah, which is why you won't see a bunch of goofy crossovers with, you know, the Flash and all that. You won't see that. And I doubt he's going to bring those type of characters in. I think he
wants to focus more on the
A lot-
Batman universe. Like
a lot of the guys don't want to do that. I know the Doom Patrol writers hate that shit, so they completely separate their universe from Titans. And I'm
Yeah.
completely okay with that. I think that you need that for some material.
Oh, then
And he
didn't
made
they
sure
have a
it stayed
crossover?
outside of the
Cyborg needs to
DCU.
go over to Titans.
By the way, this
Is that
came
the
in
story
today,
Jokers?
William,
Is that the story Jokers?
Cool.
Joker? Like, one
from
of them?
Three Jokers. The Clown came in today.
Oh,
So now I have. I'm just waiting for my other two Jokers. So I've got Batman. I've got a Red Hood. I've got Batgirl, and now one of the
Okay,
Jokers.
so I'll wait for the other two to come in. My trip.
I'm just telling you.
I'll
you
be your
get it,
driveway.
man. Hey,
I'll be your getaway
I'm
driver.
keeping the batolith right here, dude. I'm waiting up at night for you, or during the day. Actually, I
You don't
should
even
say,
need to do
because I'm
that.
up
You know,
all night
your
doing these
Superman
shows.
poster will get us.
Yeah. That's coming with me too.
Oh, it's coming with you, all right.
I actually
It's
cleared
gonna
some
hook
space.
you.
I cleared some space on my wall for that.
Keep wishing, buddy. Keep
I'm going to send you
wishing.
a picture of the space where it's actually going, before and after.
What is that weapon? What are you going to use that for?
He's gonna do a lot of.
Oh, me? Oh, no, I have a Star Trek section.
Keep wishing. Keep wishing, my friend. Keep wishing. I'm waiting up. I'm waiting up deep into the day, waiting for you, buddy.
You're an old guy. You need your nap.
Yeah, you're older than me, man. Keep
Yeah,
sleeping. Keep
I'm only
sleeping.
22. I can do it.
Like I said, Meg's younger than both of us. You should be able to give him
Oh no, it's RJ. Oh God, hide.
Thank you, RJ.
Ah,
You like because you know why? Because I'm the best in the world.
I always like CM Punk when he was in WWE. Yeah.
RJ's like, I just woke up and I have no clue what day it is or what reality is anymore.
It's the day that I still hate you, RJ. So you're good. Don't worry.
Yeah.
It's the reality of Doom Patrol.
Now, 3 hours is fine. 3 hours is fine for this movie. I don't think it'll be.
That is on IMDb though.
Hey, it could be worse, RJ. You know what? You could be James Franco.
Did you know in 127 hours, James Franco is seen cutting off his arm to free himself from a boulder, although in real life, James kept his arm. This is because James Franco is a coward who can't properly commit to a role.
He's not wrong. He is a coward. He's not wrong. He should have actually died in Spider-Man. He should have actually committed and died.
Thank you,
Then
Aaron.
you all would have been fine.
Well, you know, I mean, honestly, it goes to this fact.
Did you know in Spider-Man 3, James Franco is seen being blown up by a grenade, although in real life, James was not blown up. This is because James Franco is an absolute fraud.
Thank you.
Yeah.
See, you know, he asked who's gonna cry. This is why he asked who's gonna cry, bro. Because you are a coward.
Yeah.
Look at little James Franco Jr. You gonna cry? You gonna cry, James?
We all got Franco'd.
I don't love you, RJ. Don't even put that evil on me, bro. Put that
RJ's feeling the love.
You know what? You're not invited to Spider-Man Roundtable. Just for that, you're not invited.
Oh man.
I'm giving your spot to someone I even hate more. I'll give you Ryan Cannell. Just for that, your spot's going to Ryan Cannell.
Nah, you gotta give it to Star Wars girl.
But you know, if you don't invite RJ, you're not going to get the ladies.
Giggity.
Because
I got ladies. Don't worry, I
RJ
got
summons
ladies.
all the ladies. RJ
I got
summons
ladies.
all the
Don't
ladies.
worry.
Somebody come get her, she's dancing like a stripper. Hey, somebody come get her, she dancing like a stripper.
Oh God, I hate him more. How is that possible?
Hate him more.
The clips aren't playing for me for some
He
reason.
hates that video so much. It's so horrible.
Are they not playing for you?
No,
Yeah.
not for me.
Are you
They
on your
they
phone?
pop up and then yeah, I'm on my phone.
Yeah, if you're on your
Yeah,
phone,
if they're
you're
on your
frozen.
phone, if they're on your phone, you have to hit unmute for them to, and sometimes they just don't play. So yeah,
Honestly, your phone could be frozen too. They freeze on that. That's why I don't like using phone.
Yeah, they just freeze a little bit, but it's okay.
Yeah.
I know most of the drops anyway.
Yeah. But yeah, so Batman, man, 2 hours, 55 or 56 minutes.
That's a lot.
That's a long movie, man.
Half hour with trailers too.
The longer, the better.
Exactly.
I still am a little angry that I don't get my. I just wanted like a good 40, 45, 46 minutes of Deathstroke and Batman beating the crap out of each other. I don't care the story. I mean, I would have paid money. But
I know.
Whatever. Fine. Cool.
I know, man. I'm right there with you, man.
I just said you don't need a story. I don't care what the story is. You say Deathstroke banged Batman's mom. I don't care. Someone freaking fight, man.
Oh my, bro! I don't know. I've always loved the idea of John Krasinski as Reed Richards. I want that.
That never stuck with me.
I hope so. It's probably not going to happen, but it's a nice idea to think about.
If RJ was on crack, man, he'd be cool. All right, he'd be like a lot cooler. Don't give him that credit. That would make RJ kind of cool.
What?
Wow. A lot of hate for RJ there.
Boy.
I can say a lot worse about RJ. Let's be honest. This is like a 3 for me.
RJ.
The day that I came to your life was like the worst day of your life, but for me, it was just Tuesday. Just Tuesday.
I don't know what's going on here anymore.
No, even that. There's a sub story going on here.
Right, there is. There's a heated love affair going on.
There's not love at all.
beneath the surface.
Don't put that evil on me, man. Don't put that evil on me.
Yeah, hey, Paul Smith. Yes, that's true. Nathaniel Richards is Reed Richards' descendant. Some thousands of years down the line.
Yeah, Vince. The reason why it doesn't work for them is because they're on StreamYard, on their phone. StreamYard on your phone sometimes acts differently, and so it doesn't always play the drops when they're in the actual studio. If you're watching it on YouTube, it'll play them, but even if you got your phone on or whatever. But
yeah, that's why I make sure I use my computers, because like when you use your phone on StreamYard, sometimes it's very glitchy.
All right, so Broden is my frenemy, he says.
No, God, no.
I'm just trying to make sure. I don't know what I'm getting in the middle. Like I said at the beginning of the show, man, I don't even have to do anything anymore. And all of a sudden I find myself in the middle of all kinds of stuff. And I'm just like, I don't know anymore. Like,
well, honestly,
and I'm just in the middle telling everybody.
So just chill out. Drink a 7-Up, eat a moon pie, quit murdering people.
Saggy's my frenemy. RJ's just, there.
Putting on the Jesus one, the one that played.
Yes, Deathstroke is older than Batman. He is a metahuman. He's like 60-something years old, but because of the fact that he has a super serum, whatever the hell they injected in him, he's able to have like abilities and reflexes well beyond 60 or 50.
Yeah, that's how his kid got affected. That's how Jericho was born with his powers.
Yeah.
Caden, I'm going to make fun of you now just for saying that. Now you're on my list.
They're definitely Peter and Harry.
Well, yeah, in Spider-Man 3, I threw a bomb at him.
Well, Elsa, I will say this. You know what? If you don't like a moon pie, RJ's got you covered there too.
Well, you can't go wrong with a good cream pie.
I thought you were going to say you can always have a peanut butter and jelly
sandwich. I thought this was a PG show.
You gotta go back to that stream the other night when I was waiting for your package.
I'm just telling you, RJ's got you covered there, or you could have a nice good peanut butter and jelly
Here's
sandwich.
a trick my Nana taught me on how to make a peanut butter and jelly. First, get your jelly, then get your peanut butter. Ready?
I regret saying that.
Damn, I know Austin loves that.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, look, okay, so 2 hours 55 minutes. It's interesting to me. I've seen some people today pissed off about this.
Why?
Well, okay. Here's the thing. It's because there's people who they just want to hate the Batman. Okay. They look.
Fans.
It's the people that I've talked about. Look, everybody knows about me. I love the Snyderverse. You know, Ben Affleck is my favorite Batman at this point. Do I want to see it continue? Absolutely. Have I been on the front end of that? Have I taken all kinds of flack for it? Absolutely. But here's the thing. At this point, like, why are you hating on this movie? Right? Like, people out there hating on the Batman. Why? If you're a DC fan, I get it. You know what I find really humorous at this point? I find it humorous the people who like ignore completely and act like there's some other explanation for it. The fact that Zack Snyder supports the movie. Okay. They claim to be these like huge Snyder supporters or whatever, but they will literally try to find some kind of like angle or try to find some like conspiracy theory nut job stuff about the Batman. Like that Zack Snyder really doesn't want anything to, like, really hates it and it's horrible. And it's like,
it was never about Zack Snyder for these.
Oh, I know.
You know what it was about. It was about bullying the studio, saying they did something. It's a power trip for them. They don't care.
Well, they have a gripe against the studio. To be honest with you, their gripe is legitimate, but the way this is going about
the way
it
it's going on is just
no,
stupid.
it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous, and honestly, yes, the gripe is the studio. Of course, it's freaking legitimate. The studio sucks. And honestly, what you should want is good, consistent DC content, not just one thing.
So here's what I want, but here's the thing, and I can understand a certain level of this. And this is what the current regime is hoping for, is that they can coast on a certain area of success and probably keep their jobs. And if you're somebody who hates this regime, you don't want that to happen. You want these people gone.
You want them gone, but
you want them gone. So if you're thinking on the ground level, why would you support? And I'm not saying this is the right thing, but why would you support anything that could possibly keep these clowns around when you want them gone?
I look at it like this, man. If they were to bring it back, the Snyder stuff, and this goes to they still get the coast and keep their jobs either way. So honestly, it's like a no-win situation, and I kind of realize, you know what?
It's a no-win situation that Warner Bros. Created, though, not the fans. Don't blame the fans.
Of course, I'm not blaming the fans. Yeah. You can't blame the fans for studio mess. They're not in charge of anything. They don't have no money.
You can't really blame the fans always for the reaction. People are human, and when people who should know better do stupid things, then you can't expect the people who are on the ground level to react. You know, like the corporate guy. I mean, it was the job of the corporate guy to conduct himself properly. You know, fans are fans. That's why they call them fans.
Well, and
Batman is the only Hamada production I'm excited for, guys.
Yeah, look, RJ said it, and I agree. There are a lot of people who are supporting it, but at the same time, look, there's people who just right now, like, nothing that is not associated with Snyder, they're just going to hate it. I'm not telling you got to like it all. I'm not telling you got to go see it all. Okay, but this absolute like hatred and anger and vitriol, and then just making stuff up, you know, like they're mad at James Gunn for David Ayer's sake, yet David Ayer and James Gunn are friends. You know what I mean? And they literally support each other, and David Ayer has tweeted out over and over again, publicly, hey, I'm excited for his Suicide Squad. Like, just because they both made Suicide Squad movies, like, yes, Warner Brothers sucks, but even David Ayer has been very vocal about it. Like, don't take it out on David Gunn's movie because you like mine, right?
Yeah.
And Zach has been pretty clear about that, about his movies as well, that it's like, don't hate on other people's movies because of mine. Yes, I want you to support my movies. Yes, I want you to, you know, he loves the idea of us, you know, pushing for the Snyderverse and you know, those who want to see it and all those things. He loves that stuff. But it shouldn't come at like attacking other people. You know,
and directors. I don't.
And directors. Yeah. It just, and by the way, G Cooley, thanks for being here tonight, man. Appreciate you being here. I had to go. But yeah, just, you know, I just feel like it's got to stop. Now, look, that being said, or Dave, did I say David Gunn? It's because I got a friend named, I got a few friends with last name Gunn. I'm sorry. Yes. David Gunn. David Gunn. Didn't you know David Gunn? David Gunn?
He was the invisible guy that was crying alongside Sean Gunn.
James Gunn. Yes, I know who James Gunn is. Anyways, that being said, look, I understand that people are upset because, you know, but like Justice League is now so far back removed, gone. Okay. Like Justice League came out, it sucked. We all saw it.
Can we not talk about that, please?
What's that?
I have PTSD from the freaking Flash scene. All right.
Yeah, look,
Scene
I've
with Wonder Woman.
shown over and over again, and I actually amazed William the other night because I showed him like literally the TikTok app and like the effects that you can do are better, have better facial hair removal than all of Warner Bros.
You're watching News Channel 6, coverage you can count on.
This just in, TikTok apps that do a better job of removing facial hair than Warner Brothers. Hashtag restore the Snyderverse at 11.
I'm really impressed by the PS2 graphics they use. It was really retro. Oh, that wasn't what they
But the thing I think makes it hard for some fans is that not only did they not get the resolution of the universe, they're seeing characters that spawn from that universe kind of thrown in their face. I'm not agreeing with it and saying it's right, but they're not going to let go of this hatred until this.
I know. But you know, but the thing is that look, people should be happy that the Batman movie, and I've shared my own concerns with things that I've seen with the Batman even. Okay, so I'm not just saying, hey, the Batman is like, you know, it's going to be, you know, the perfect movie, whatever. Okay, like whatever. I'm just saying it looks good. We should be happy that it's got almost a 3-hour runtime, that they're going to tell the story, let the movie come out, judge each DC thing based on what it is. You know how many people that I've heard from this last week that like absolutely thought that they were going to hate Peacemaker, then they actually watched it and they're like, gosh, man, begrudgingly, I have to say I actually enjoyed it.
Well, here I am.
You should be happy.
I thought I'm gonna hate it.
I did too.
It.
Tiffany thought she was gonna hate it.
I can't.
I was talking with Austin earlier. Austin was like, "Man, I was sure I was gonna hate the thing."
I really
and you know
enjoyed
what? It was just enough. I think that it was good that it had John Cena in an ensemble movie or an ensemble show. You know, that there's all these people around him, that it doesn't all rely on just John Cena.
Well,
right?
because it would collapse. But.
Yeah, because it would. Because I'm not a big fan of John Cena. But you know what I mean? Like it is what it is. And so
don't hate it, but don't love it either. But once again, there's another reminder of a character from a universe that you never got finished. I think that's asking too much of a fandom in general to just let that go. Should they? Maybe, but they're not going to. Because like I said, I mean, resolution heals all. When you don't resolve something, you can't expect for the people who
I get it, but you know what? Listen. Maybe not get over it. Maybe not get over it. But you know what? Arguing about it and like hating on other projects because of it is not going to solve it.
I don't understand the hate. Like,
look what happened to Solo, and I think it was RJ that just brought it up. Just a second ago, I think I didn't actually read the comment, but I did see him say something about Solo. So I'm guessing, and I've talked with him before, so I'm guessing that's the idea. If I can find the comment, because that's what I've noticed. Like with the movie Solo, there were so many Star Wars fans that wanted to boycott Star Wars after The Last Jedi, right? And they did, and they were just like, they didn't care what came next, if it was good, bad, indifferent, nothing. They found the Solo movie because they didn't ask for a Han Solo movie, so they were just gonna, they didn't feel like they were losing out on anything. And then it was weird because like last year, man, I had this string of time where literally 3 to 5 people a week were messaging me and saying, man, I just saw Solo for the first time.
Yeah, I mean,
I wish that I had seen it on the big screen.
You know what they
it's
missed
the
out
first
on?
Star Wars movie that I didn't see on the big screen, and I feel like I allowed my anger to get the best of me, and now I feel like I missed out on something pretty cool. It's not
That's
perfect.
the power of the consumer, though. That's not wrong. That's just the power of the consumer. The consumer, when it comes to the consumer, you yield to the consumer, or you take that hit. The consumer is the consumer. There's no rules regulating.
No, that's not the power of the consumer. What I'm saying is that
if they don't spend their money, that's the power.
No. That's not even what I'm talking about, though, William. William, that's not what I'm talking about. You're missing the point of what I'm talking about. I'm talking about people messaged me 3 to 5 people a week for like literally about a 4 to 5 month period where people were upset with themselves because they allowed themselves to get caught up in this nonsense of boycotting Star Wars and boycotting the Solo movie. And then finally, later on down the line, they finally watched the Solo movie and they went, man, I feel like I robbed myself of an opportunity to see that film in the theater, to be able to enjoy it in the theater, because it was the only Star Wars movie that I didn't go see in the theater. And I allowed people to talk me into this thing of boycotting it and hating it just because I didn't like this other thing.
Once again, though, that is still the power in the prerogative.
How is that the power of the consumer? That's the power of idiots.
I'm not talking about the people who message you, because that's done. That's not even. They've already
that's not the power of the consumer. That's the power of complainers. That's not consumers.
Call them whatever.
No, dude, that's not.
Whatever
Because it has nothing to do.
Spending the money,
William.
He
has nothing to do with whether people went to go see the movie or not. I'm not talking about that. The power of the consumer is if you don't go see a movie and it doesn't do well, the movie's going to flop. I'm not talking about that part of it.
That's where
I'm not talking about. Dude, but you're having a conversation that I'm not even having, William. That's not what I'm talking about. I am talking about the people who are out here just hating on stuff just to hate on stuff and just angry with life.
That is their right. That is their. I don't agree with it. That is their right.
I'm not telling you it's not their right. What I'm telling you is it's wrong to try.
How can you say that? How can you tell the consumer that that's wrong?
You're not letting me finish, William. You're not letting me finish. Let me finish my sentence, and I will tell you how it's wrong. Because you're lying to people. It wasn't people who were basing it on something they had actually seen, William.
That's not up to you.
Yeah, it's not up to them. That's
the
whole point.
They
were lying. They were literally telling people something was going to suck that they hadn't even seen.
And the consumer,
it has nothing to do with being a consumer.
You wanted to believe that or not,
dude. It has nothing to do with being a consumer or not being a consumer.
It's their money.
No, that's not the point. You're missing the dude. The entire point is going right over your head, dude. The entire point is literally going over your head right now. Because you're focused on one thing. I'm saying it's wrong to lie to people for their own gain because that's what they did.
I got your point.
They didn't like something.
The consumer, how he takes that information. If you tell me the sky is red and my dumbass believes it, I'm the consumer. That's on me. But that's regardless if you're a consumer or not. Being a consumer has nothing to do with that point. In the context of going to see a movie, if I tell somebody a movie's a pile of crap, don't go see it. If that consumer, it's up to them whether they go see that pile of crap or not. You can't tell them they're wrong or right.
I am not saying it's wrong whether or not to go see the movie. I'm not saying that. I'm saying it's wrong to. I'm saying it's wrong to lie to people. Because the people who forged with that idea, they did not do it in a way that was just because of their being a consumer or their being a somebody who was
party consumption.
Dude, it had nothing to do with consumption.
That part
it had nothing to do with consumption, William.
It's called retail thought.
William, it had nothing to do with consumption. It had everything to do with a bunch of a-holes who were trying to convince people to not do something. And so they sold a bill of goods. They went on YouTube channels and tried to tell people that something was going to suck that they had no clue about. And they literally just lied to people and they got people all stirred up about something that they didn't even know. And that was the point, was after the fact. Yes, they had influence. It had nothing. It was about influencers. It wasn't about consumers. It was about influencers.
Whose final decision is it to take the input of influencers?
Oh, dear God.
Because that's all that matters. You can add a lot of other stuff to it, but the bottom line is the bottom line.
No, dude, it was not about whether or not people consumed it or not.
No, I'm not even. We're beyond the consumption. Whose job is it? Whose responsibility? And who's right or wrong?
That's the point. That was my point. That was my point, William. That was my point, was that people weren't doing their own due diligence. They were allowing themselves to be influenced by others who didn't even know. But they thought, but the other people worked in bad faith. The other people worked in bad faith to try to convince them that they did know. That's where there were all these Star Wars speculators, and there's all these YouTubers and everything who would put out stuff that this was going to happen in the movie, and that was going to happen in the movie, and this was SJW, and that was, political thing here and there, and they convinced people of it. And that's what I'm telling you is people after the fact started to discover it and started to realize, you know what? No, we were being lied to. The people that we trusted were lying to us. And that's why I tell people, if you don't like something in the end, that's fine. If you don't want to see something in the end, don't go see it. But to try to rally up a bunch of people to hate something just because you don't think you're going to like it, that has nothing to do with actually making a valid decision on something of whether or not it's good or not. If you're working in bad faith, if I'm working in bad faith and my whole point is to try to convince you that you're going to hate something, not because of anything on its own merit, but just because I want to prove a point, it has nothing to do with consumerism. What it has to do with is somebody trying to do something for their own purpose.
I see it a different way. Simple because
that's fine.
Ultimately, the access of the entire situation.
You knew it was going to happen.
Once again, here's the thing, and I see that what you're saying happens every day. It just it happens at different degrees. But no matter what, if, like I said, if you try to pile up a bunch of BS about a movie that I'm thinking about seeing. Mm-hmm. There's going to be influence every day that do that. It's in marketing. There's counter marketing up to that.
Oh, sure.
Ultimately, it's up to the person who he surrounds himself with. And you know what? What you're saying is not necessarily wrong. If I surround myself with a bunch of people who are like-minded, and I decide that I value their opinion, that's another thing. Who values whose opinion there's no right or wrong. It sucks that happens. It sucks that happens, and I think that happened to a lot of DC movies. I'm not saying what you're saying is wrong, but what you're saying happens every day, and ultimately it is up to the guy who pulls out his wallet and puts his card to make the decision before
But nobody's arguing that point, though. Dude, you're arguing a point that, I know. Yeah, it's up to...
but you're saying that the influencers are going to have an outsized effect.
They have
your head on your shoulders. They shouldn't.
But dude, the most of the world doesn't have its head on its shoulders. That's the problem.
And every
people get influenced every day. People get influenced every day because the masses don't think for themselves. And so the thing is when it came to the movie Solo, it's just funny that we're arguing over the Solo movie, but it still stands true, because when it came to the movie Solo, okay, people were just trying to sell a bill of goods that they should boycott Solo to somehow send a message to Disney. Okay. Which if that's the way you want to look at it, that's fine. My whole thing is listen, with these IPs, whether it be Star Wars, whether it be DC, whether it be Marvel, whether it be whatever. Okay. Not every one that comes out is going to be something that you like. That's just the point. And most of the people liked The Force Awakens. Then they went to go see The Last Jedi. There was a large portion that did like The Last Jedi, and then there was a large portion that didn't like The Last Jedi. The problem was the people who didn't like The Last Jedi were so vocal about one film that all of a sudden they just lost their minds, and they were just like, we're going to boycott the whole thing. And that's what started this whole downward spiral of everything sucks. It created the fandom menace, where it created a lot of people who were just angry just to be angry. And that's why we still have people like this guy right here yelling at everybody, telling them to stay angry no matter what comes, and literally just making stuff up. Dude, did you see our 2 cents on nonsense this week?
I don't.
Okay, but here's the case in point. Doomcock does this whole video this week, and we talked about it at the beginning, trying to tell people that in the show Boba Fett, that when it was depicted that the Nikto gang put those symbols on the dwellings in the first episode, that in Huttese those spell out those are the letter K, right? So therefore they were sending a message to Kathleen Kennedy, that somehow Dave Filoni and Jon Favreau were sending a message to Kathleen Kennedy that they were coming for her, that they were taking her down, that she was totally oblivious. She's the freaking executive producer of the thing and is the president of the company, but yet she was completely oblivious to the fact that they were sending a secret coded message to all the Star Wars fans that they had their back and that they were going against Kathleen Kennedy. That's the kind of nonsense that people, this guy has over like almost 300,000 subscribers on YouTube and is raking in thousands of dollars just to be that guy and
Now,
just
here's
to
my
be
point.
negative about it.
Here's my point, and here's I think you kind of missed this, but what you just pointed out, that guy's out there, but you know who else is out there? You.
Yeah.
Right? I, as a consumer, have chosen to get my information from what I consider a much more credible source. Now, person B has chosen to get his information from somebody who we don't believe to be a credible source. Unfortunately, there's no wrong there. We hate that other thing is there, but ultimately, I made my decision to get my information from you and allow any
because you're smart.
Exactly, but I can't just necessarily call somebody a dummy because he chose the other guy.
Oh, really?
Mean?
Really?
Yes, it's easy. I know what you're about.
Really?
It's easy to come to
dude,
that.
You have called people bigger names here on this very channel before, dude. For less.
I've
for
made a
less.
Don't
tell me that I can't call somebody a dummy for believing that Kathleen Kennedy is getting called out by the people that she hired.
It is absurd. You're 100% right. But as a consumer, hold on. As a consumer, I chose you, right? I made a conscious decision to allow myself to be but influenced by you. So that's all part of the decision making.
Okay. You're both right. You're both right. You are allowed to be a consumer and be a dumbass. If you want to be dumb, you want to watch this pile of garbage YouTubers, these morons that influence you to be stupid. That is your right to be stupid. But it is also Enosh's right to criticize those dumbasses for doing it.
Thank you.
I didn't say it wasn't. It's just, but there is a part there when you're looking at the situation, you just got to understand there's other components. I agree with you because what we said about boycotting stuff, it's stupid because it hurts people at all kinds of levels, and it screws people. It screws people that have nothing to do with the people you're even targeting. But at the same token, as a rule of retail, that other guy gets a say in it too, even if I don't agree and I think it's absurd what he said.
It's like free speech, man.
Yeah,
everyone has the right to it, but you don't have to agree with it.
Exactly, and I totally agree with that.
That's all it is.
I totally agree with that. All I'm saying is, though, when it comes to things like the Batman and like right now with the state of affairs with DC fans, right? This constantly playing up. Oh, is there a free member chat from RJ? Okay. From this constant like attack of every single thing, that doesn't fit, with whatever it is they like, and acting and attacking people over it. That's what I'm talking about. I don't even care like if you don't like something, if you do like it, whatever, that's fine. I think that's great. I mean, like what you like, don't like what you don't like. I never give anybody a hard time for just liking something, or just, I try not to, for just having an opinion, right? But when I see the amount of people, I'm trying to knock this one out here, RJ. I'm trying to get it up here so I can bring it up for you, man. But when I see people attacking people just for the sake of attacking people, just because they like literal attacks, like calling people names. I mean, like, look, for example, like our friend Saggy, like I will stand up for things like that. Like, and I told her this, like, even though I'm a Snyder fan, like I don't stand with those Snyder fans that do things like say horrible things that go directly against like why people are even Snyder fans to begin with. Like, when they tell her to go and, cause herself to cease to exist, like that flies in the face of why we even got the Snyder cut. It was because of Autumn and, for that fight and everything. RJ here with an 11-month member super chat. I wish these ones would pop up on.
They don't show up on the thing.
Well, yeah, they don't show up in StreamYard for some reason, and I don't know why. That's why he was telling me. So I appreciate it that it popped up here. 11 months, RJ, you have been a member. Dang, dude, it's been like almost a year. Can you believe that? Almost a year.
Time flies.
Man, it flies so fast. Says I sent you something on Twitter about Reeves. Okay,
Man, I remember last year around this time, I wanted to kill all of you.
Okay.
That's this time. I'm about to kill you, Max. Goddamn. Wow.
Glad things turned around. But yeah, where I agree with what you're saying, but unfortunately, that thing you don't like, it's a part of the process that's not going to go away. I mean, it's just.
I'm not saying it's going to go away. I'm just saying though, I think more people need to speak up about it and like to try to get people to think about what they're doing, because like I said, I had plenty of people reach out to me after the fact. Like I said, with, for example, Solo, and you know, they had never really thought of it. They thought that they were doing something good. They thought that they were going to have some kind of impact or do some kind of thing. And what they realized was they just ended up robbing themselves.
You just rob yourself of Darth Maul stuff too.
Right.
That's one of the biggest problems with me. I'm like, oh man.
Like to me, I would just like to see people make better decisions, even with all this information, even with the bad information,
sure.
good information.
Sure.
You, like I said, where you were on the same screen, I can find Doomcock. I think I can find you. And so when those guys, they rob themselves, I'm sad because sometimes it's with movies that I really wish my friends would have seen. But you know what? They had access to better information and they took the other road. And unfortunately, that is part of, I hate to say that word again, but that is part of the consumer process. It sometimes it fails people. It fails the people who actually spend the money. Because how many people should have seen Dune on the big screen, didn't see it for whatever reason, and they saw it on HBO Max, which was not as good. I mean, you rob yourself of the moment, but that's just it. I've been looking at that the whole time. I was trying to make my point, and I'm
was at a strip club. Oh my god, you're in the strip club.
It's just part of the process.
Okay, why don't we? Can we divert that? That'd be great. I'd appreciate it. Thanks. Here's what RJ sent me. Matt Reeves, this is from the Batman Film News. Matt Reeves on his creative freedom on the Batman said, I told Warner Brothers that I had to be given the freedom to do the definitive Batman movie.
That's his opinion, but I'm on board.
All right. Yeah, I mean, I'm down with him doing, but I mean, the definitive Batman movie. Okay. Impossible to launch halfway into a Batman. Impossible to do it as an amateur. Aim for the stars.
Fool's got ambition. All right.
Can we stop?
He says that doesn't mean we'll get there, but if we leave without ambition, it's bound to be a disaster. I will not have tolerated to miss on the comic book character that I like the most.
Oh, don't screw it up then. Shit.
Yeah. Well, also, Batman needs gloves here because otherwise he's going to leave some fingerprints, and they're going to find out he's Batman.
Unless Bruce Wayne is smart enough to erase his fingerprints from all records.
Yes. It might be CGI'd on too. But here's another thing. To your point, Enoch, there's going to be a lot of people who may sit out this movie because of all the things we just talked about. That sucks. That sucks.
That does suck.
Okay, dude. Hey, Draga. I'm going to have to ask you, man. Dude, come on, man. Thanks, bud. Yeah. Appreciate it.
Okay.
Thanks, bud.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of people who don't see that movie for all these boneheaded reasons we picked up. That sucks. But and they're going to see it on HBO Max or in 45 days later. But this is one of those movies that I need to see on the big screen. Just like
that's a big
guys. Did you see the reactions? The test screening reactions? No.
I don't think it came out yet.
Yes, it did. At least Grace talked about it.
Test screens.
Yeah,
that stuff will come out in a couple of weeks.
Well,
it all depends on
movies come out soon.
Yeah, RJ's right, but look what it is. It sucks that it took all this mess to get here, but that's what Warner Brothers used to do.
Right.
Warner Brothers used to say, "What do you need?" And here's our studios.
Yeah, Yeah, I mean, once I started switching the studio from Legendary, which by the way is, we wouldn't be having this problem. Legendary was in charge. Just want to let that be known. It went to Rat Pack, and it just went to it just bombed instantly. I don't know what happened, but I watched Legendary. To me, that was the last time I read any faith in DC, and that was with Man of Steel. And obviously, Legendary is one of the best studios out there. I mean, if you are a Godzilla fan, they have not let you down at all. They have. I mean, the movies may not be perfect, but as a fan, you aren't let down. And the movies are made by fans. which I always have a prerequisite. Someone who actually has love for that character. It may not always come out great, but you will always have those moments where you go and say, "Damn, you're talking like me right now."
What's up, Phil?
What's up, guys?
What's up, man?
Yo, what's up, Phil?
Hi, Phil.
Talking about Batman here. Talking about
Yeah,
the
Unabomber.
Batman.
I saw
The Unabomber.
The Unabomber. I heard something today. I don't know if it's
We
true
call
or
it
not,
Phil.
but apparently
we got
Zodiac
Phil,
killer
we
got
got
a
Batman,
somewhere else.
we got what's his name always call you? Louis Gossett Jr.
Oh, wasn't that the Bensons, dude?
Yeah, it was. Yeah. Sorry. Okay, let me get this back here.
You don't need no close-ups to me. Come on, man. You want to keep yours. You want to keep your rear. So.
But no, I mean, so what is your take, Phil, on Batman actually getting a almost 3-hour runtime?
I found it to be one of the most it almost feels like anything WB has done since their entire disaster with the way they handled what they wanted to do with Zack Snyder. It feels like they're trying to course correct in that. And I can 100% respect that. It's just really unfortunate that he's the one that had to take all the brunt and deal with all the shit along with David Ayer just to get to the point where we're at now to get a 3-hour Batman movie. Damn near. Because I think back to Justice League, I'm just like, it's ironic that you guys will go ahead and let a 3-hour Batman movie go ahead and get made, but because of specific monetary reasons, you guys just had to mandate Justice League be a fucking 2-hour movie after the last movie was supposed to be 2.5 hours. It's like, what are you thinking?
Right.
And they just don't. They don't think. When you have such incompetent management and it trickles from top down, from Kevin Sugiharto and Toby Emmerich, it does not freaking matter. It trickles down and it's just going to just be a shit show. And the way they handled things in 2017 was just the epitome, the top. Exactly, him too, especially him. Ray Fisher's made a great point in that, Warner Brothers has tried very hard to brush the entire thing under the rug. They've thrown out Joss Whedon. They've named John Berg, and John Berg has come out and apologized. Jeff Johns, what did Jeff Johns do? Jeff Johns hasn't said shit. Jeff Johns hid behind a PR strategist because he could not speak for himself.
For a reason.
The man is a fool and a clown. And
it felt like it felt like he didn't really consult with anybody on that, to be honest. It did sound like a PR person would actually have him say the things that he ended up saying in that article. I mean,
it was ridiculous.
Are you talking about Whedon?
Yeah.
And then there's Joss Whedon, right? Like his whole, oh, poor me, I was abused. I'm the guy. They just misunderstood me. Oh man, but it's like, dude, you plotted to take revenge on your brothers when you were a kid. Shut the fuck up.
Oh my god.
Like what
Why
are you
didn't
doing
use the word woke
right now?
You didn't use the word woke in that article. I was surprised. You didn't.
Look, anyone who eats up that nonsense is just as pig-headed and egotistical as he is. Anyone who truly believes that Joss Whedon is like trying to be better or trying to be like, maybe he is.
No, not.
No, if anything, like this behavior, the fact that he still doesn't even hold his own self accountable, it's like it's just going to continue.
Dude, guys like him.
What? Why wasn't I told? But you can't do this to me.
You know how much I sacrificed?
Guys like that guy, him, the Adam Susslers of the world, you could tell are scum because they're just projecting their nonsense. I'm a male feminist. I'm this and that. No, you're not. You're a piece of crap that tried sleepy shit with women, so you're trying to cover your own ass because you know everything will come out on you, so you're just projecting your nonsense. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, like everything, all of the excuses for why he did things, it just literally none of it makes sense.
None of it whatsoever.
And you know what the worst part about it is? Honestly, I don't care. I really don't care. Listen, I will say this. I hate Joss Whedon, but that will never stop my love for the things that he's ever made. Because I look at one thing, man, if I actually cared enough to really care about the moral aspect of Hollywood, man, I wouldn't be able to watch The Shining, okay? I wouldn't be able to watch The Shining. You wouldn't be able to watch anything. I wouldn't be able to listen to Marilyn Manson. You couldn't do anything.
Yeah.
If you cared about the moral, if you couldn't separate the art. But I will say
skeleton in every closet.
He's a scumbag. He's a scummy human being.
That was
But
a big thing.
I
with
think we
Hubbard.
all should have saw it coming from a mile away. Not to be honest with you.
I mean, I just rewatched Chinatown, and you can't help but get queasy when you see Roman Polanski's name pop up.
Or Powder.
It's-
He won the best. There was controversy when he won the best director for that, of whether he should get it or not because of those
Right.
issues back in the day.
Right. You're not
Yeah.
wrong.
Yeah. It's
Yeah.
just,
No, look, it is. It's hard to. That's what I keep saying about the Flash movie, because I keep telling people, like, look, I'm gonna see the Flash movie. Okay, I'm not gonna just not see it. I grew up with Keaton. I love Keaton. I don't want him to be the main Batman in the continuity. I don't mind seeing him as a cameo and hey, do a fun thing or whatever. But like, I don't want all that. But the reality is that unless something major changes and there's a last minute change to that film, right? I'm going to go see that. I'm going to see that movie in some capacity. And no matter if that movie is the greatest movie that's ever made, there's always going to be something that hangs over that movie for me, and it's always going to be disappointing. No matter if I'm not angry at Andy Muschietti for it, and I'm not blaming him for, the stuff that's happened there and others who have to do with it. But there are people who are responsible for it, and for causing the issues that were with that film. And so, it's always going to be, you're always going to wonder, like, what could have been or what should have been or whatever. I mean, it's like every time you see a movie produced by the Weinstein Company, right?
Yeah. There was a lot of them.
That's what I'm saying. You see that logo come up, and that's what I've been trying to tell people. Like, listen, and I agree with what was just said. That's the problem. If we went through all of Hollywood and tried to pick out everything that had anything or was associated in any way with somebody who was dubious or, we would just never watch anything ever
honestly,
again.
you have to look at it like this. It's art. Art is not, once that person makes that art, it's the public's. So at the end of the day, yes, the Weinstein Company made that movie. Great. Well, they put it out there. So now it's public. It's public domain. So now it's just basically for you to watch. That's why I look at art. But as the person, yeah, Harvey Weinstein, I hope is rotting in prison. And I want to say a few things, but I can't because you get flagged instantly. But I hope those things happen to him.
Also, I will say too, we also have decisions about things going forward too, right? Like, I mean, like, I'll be honest with you, like, I will never be able to watch a Bryan Singer film if he ever makes another one, like, ever again.
No, I won't support him again. But
I won't support him. If
tell you one thing,
what's his name?
Kevin Spacey.
Kevin Spacey. I can't look at that dude the same way again. You know what I mean? Like, he's trying to make a comeback now. Whatever he's
it is what it is.
So, I got to be honest, right? Like, look, that is a discussion that really
James Franco too.
It's a hard discussion, because I don't think that it's just clear cut black and white on a lot of that stuff. I mean, it feels like it should be, but it's a hard thing. And, with this, I agree with Phil. Like, look, this is going to be the longest Batman movie ever, up to this point. I hope it's good. Yeah. I hope that I come out of this movie enjoying it, thinking, hey, this is a great Batman movie. Just.
I truly believe it's gonna be one of those movies. It's gonna be very polarizing.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be a 3-hour movie.
Yeah.
3-hour movies are polarizing no matter what. Batman v Superman was eviscerated by critics and fans alike, and that was only a 2.5-hour theatrically released movie.
In fairness, I will say though,
this is gonna send Batman fans in an absolute tizzy no matter what.
Oh man.
Oh, people are gonna. Yeah, they're gonna have their own.
God, that movie was like 3 movies in one. All they had to do was separate Beavers as in 3 movies. Oh my God, they're idiots. They had 3 movies in one. All you had to do was separate it. Oh, they're idiots.
Yeah, but like you said, I'm glad that they gave him the opportunity to make his Batman movie the way that he wanted to make his Batman movie. At the end of the day, if it's great, it's going to rest on Matt Reeves. If it's bad, it's going to rest on Matt Reeves.
Yep.
If it's mediocre, it's going to rest on Matt Reeves. And and we'll see about the world that he wants to try to create around that, because we're supposed to get a couple of spinoffs now, you know, and some different things. And so at the end of the day, you know, that's all we can really do. That's all we can really do is hope for the best, you know, when it comes to that. But, you know, yeah, now you have your runtime for it, the 2 hour and 56 minutes or whatever. So it's
It is on IMDb though, isn't it? So it may not be fully accurate because they don't always know until it's come out usually.
Yeah.
Generally, so when it's on IMDb, if it's not real, a lot of times it'll change. But if it doesn't change after like 24, 48 hours, it's a lot of times that's probably what it is. It'll be easy to find out the runtime of something. That's not that hard to find out the runtime of a movie.
Right.
Michael,
Now
you
for
for
something-
thumbs up to it on an Instagram post.
Yeah. So for something maybe a little bit less controversial, me and William, man, we had our first toe to toe, bro.
We've had
well, you know,
before.
Not like that. Not like that.
Not a word edgewise.
No, I will say this though. I do like these. You know, RJ and I last week we had a great debate night, which was good. And so I want to do more nerd debate stuff where like
I will debate why you keep stealing my viewers. I'll debate you on that.
Dude, I ain't stealing your viewers, man. You started streaming at a time that I already been in here, man. This has been my time slot, bro.
Yeah.
I already been here, yo. No, I joke. Like I was telling you earlier. Literally, I literally started doing the overnight thing because all of my friends were already streaming. Like everybody was like, because I never want to. I never like streaming over anybody. You know, if I can, like my friends, anyways. Because I mean, there's thousands of people streaming. You know, all at the same time. But no, it's funny because everybody else used to stream in the evenings and stuff. And then Max would stream at like 10, 11 o'clock at night. And we'd always like do Max's show. And then it would just kind of lead into Poindexter Lounge and everybody come over for a few. And then, you know, I'd be here till 4 or 5 in the morning.
Welcome,
you know,
welcome to the club. It's fucking awful. But, you know,
yeah,
it is.
it's fun. It's fun.
I mean, it's only, it's fun for me. Just, you know, kind of
yeah, man.
Yeah.
I mean, look, the pandemic did it, man, where it was like, you know what? I just started doing call-in shows and stuff. And I was just like, hey, you know, but you know what? I got to say this, out of everything, it helped me get better connected to the people who watch this channel. And I love that, you know, I love that because now we had a pretty good group when I was just like putting out a video here and there and everything. But I tell you what, live streaming and being able to communicate with people. And now I love being able to have like a whole panel of people in here like you guys, you know what I mean? And people with all kinds of different opinions and thoughts on stuff. And it's great because we're all nerds and we can go at each other and we can disagree on stuff. We can misread each other and, you know, blah, blah, blah. At the end of the day, you know what, this is exactly what I set out to try to create, because this is exactly what this was. I mean, like I used to literally go to the toy store in comic book store, and we would sit and have these kind of talks and debates for a couple hours, just standing around, you know, and
all day,
and nobody cared, you know. But yeah, here we are, you know, and it's like that's what I wanted the Poindexter Lounge to be, was a place where you can come in, you can have the worst take, man. Like my friend Joe, I love him to death. Some of the worst takes sometimes compared to what I like, but you know what? That's okay. That's okay. Because Joe's a good guy, and Joe is very pleasant about it. Yeah. So like we may not always agree on something.
No opinions like No Way Home sucked.
Okay, that should be a crime, but that's fine.
Okay. Well, you know, I mean, like I said, Joe, you know, Joe doesn't like the Snyder cut at all. He's the only person I've ever seen that has actually like told me that he actually prefers the
Joss Whedon
Whedon cut.
I can see that.
And I don't understand it. This is what I say to him every time.
Wait, what the hell? Oh, that's better. I thought I had shit on my screen for a second.
You know, but you know what? I love him, and I just tell him like Zeverfett.
You do you, boo, right?
and we're all good. We're all good.
I mean, I guess
I actually enjoyed it enough. It's just not a good movie as a whole. It's not
I
a good
mean,
movie.
I will say one thing. There are some lines I wish they took from it, like that. My axe is still slick with the blood of your sisters. They should have kept that. I like lines like that.
I like the Superman and Flash race at the end.
What's that?
I like the Superman and Flash race.
So do I.
I wish they kept that too. Even the lasso scene was funny. I mean, I'll admit it was funny.
Yeah, but you remember what he said? I will burn. I would rather.
Oh, I
burn
know.
than
Yeah,
lose.
well, that's the only reason why I don't like.
That
I
was so
wish that
funny.
that hadn't been Joss Whedon's, influence, because I always liked the Flash racing Superman thing. So like when I saw that at the end, I thought that was cool. But I gladly sacrificed that scene to see the Flash put out his hand and stop time and save everybody.
That scene.
Save Iris.
You know what I mean? Like I gladly sacrificed that scene for that. Any day of the week, anytime, right now. Like as much as I like individual little things here and there, at the end of the day, it is. But
That
speaking
was
of something,
hands down
maybe
the
this won't
best
be as
scene of the movie.
if you didn't like No Way Home, maybe this won't be as benign as I thought it was going to be. But this was just a fun thing that I was going to end it with. But Andrew Garfield wants more Spider-Man films with Tobey Maguire and Tom Holland. That dynamic is so juicy, he says. It's juicy. It's juicy.
Just give me Toby and Andrew, and I'll be fine. I guess Tom can be a part of it.
There you go.
Just give me Andrew Garfield, I'll be fine.
Yeah. So he has said that he is definitely and he says in terms of moving forward with the character, if if they ever wanted to come back and do another movie, and there's been some talk, some rumblings. There's been some rumblings of both. There's been some rumblings of the possibility of him doing Amazing Spider-Man stuff, and there's been rumblings of Toby doing other stuff as well, and people trying to fight for that too. So who knows? He says, but he says, I am definitely open to that. He says, again, it would have to be something very unique, very special, and serving to an audience and in service of the character. There's something playful and unique and odd and unexpected to be done. I am not sure what it is, but if we can figure it out, it would be so much fun. And as I said at the beginning of this broadcast, I'll tell you what, man, Andrew Garfield has become to me like I love seeing the guy in movies now. Like he has become one of those actors. It's like if I see him in something, I'm just like, man, I dig it, And so it says here, he says he added, I would love to continue working with Toby and with Tom. That kind of three brother dynamic is so juicy. I don't know. I mean, would you guys like to see them? Seeing them team up the first time, I think it's something special.
Yeah, I don't think it would be special again.
I don't want it to become so often that it becomes stale. Because
it'd have to become a real Spider-Verse movie with Miles.
You're gonna need another multiversal threat.
I would rather see Toby again when it's time to bring in Miles Morales.
I
didn't think about that. I didn't think about that, William.
Honestly, I think,
Well,
truthfully, I think the best thing that they should do would be to play up team ups and then lead back up to an even bigger Spider-Man kind of meet up with more Spider-Man-ish characters. You know what I mean? Right. Because obviously No Way Home has the three that we all grew up and watched. But I think if they're going forward, maybe at some point in Tom's Spider-Man 4, you get Toby, and then somewhere down the line, like Andrew and Tom, and then Andrew and Toby, and then Tom and Andrew, and then say that culminates into like a Spider Island multiverse type
Japanese
thing.
Spider-Man.
Then you bring in Emma Stone as Spider-Gwen, cast of Miles,
Is Spider-Gwen younger
but at some point they're gonna have to kill one of them.
In the comics, I think she's around the same age as
she's the same age as Miles, right?
Oh, it's Miles, yeah. It's Miles,
yeah. I don't know if Emma Stone, she's hot and everything, but she's what?
Well, it doesn't necessarily have to be the exactly like the comic book.
Well,
yeah, remember you just said earlier they can do whatever they want to. Remember,
That's what they do.
If they can make Galactus whatever they want him to make, right? Then they can make Emma Stone Spider-Gwen.
But a lot of it would depend on who they team her up with. If they team her up with Miles and make her Miles' girlfriend, then it would be a younger actress. If they team her up with somebody, the older Spider-Man, then like Garfield. But right now, I mean, they primarily use her, even the movie that they have released, as a Miles Morales character. But I mean, I guess they could do. I mean, they do whatever they want, so it wouldn't really.
My thing with like those like weird shifts where it's like, oh well, we introduce Toby and Andrew, then we do Toby and Tom. Is that's when it starts to, for me, it'll probably start to get really stale. Because like that's what makes this No Way Home so unique. Because like this is the first movie we have all three, and then over time we get, it's constantly just those three, and then we add somebody else into the mix, and then we keep adding those. It doesn't make it as unique anymore.
But they all three have a place somewhere in the future. Like I said, I think Tobey Maguire with a bringing in and a mentoring a Miles Morales, and then Garfield in his own Spider-Man 3. I think they have their own paths that are still relevant, and obviously Holland's doing his thing over in Disney. But really, Tobey's the right age to bring about and mentor a Miles Morales before he hangs it up. Right. And obviously Spider-Man 3. Garfield will never age, so he's perfect to play Peter Parker for one more time. So I think there's plenty of Spider-Man left for both of those characters. But really, the Miles Morales thing is the one thing that worries me. I really hope that Sony brings them in and they just basically make them the center of whatever they're doing. Don't bring them into the Clutterverse. That's the one thing that I think would really hurt that character, because of the way that character was designed, like the early Peter Parker, to be a solitary character that interacts with his own little rogues, his own surroundings, from either the Ultimate Spider-Verse, and even when they merged it with the 616, he still has a tight-knit group of characters that he bounces off of, and they've narrated for him. So that would be a Spider-Man that I would not want to see with 4 million other characters. So I would love to see him just be the center Spider-Man in that universe. And he's at a 14-year-old, if they introduce him as 14 as his age, they have a long story to tell. If they get the right actor, that's 10 years of storytelling for you right there.
I think with like current, like whether we talk about like the Miles Morales game or like even like Into the Spider-Verse Miles, is that they are branching off with who Miles is as a character. I don't think of him as like the copy paste Peter Parker, but biracial. I think Miles is becoming a bit more of his own character, especially in other media like Into the Spider-Verse. So I don't think that they'll go into the same thing that that the Ultimate Comics and 616 kind of failed
the
at.
whole movie.
What's up?
Bro,
dude,
take that down, man.
Dude, hey,
what the hell?
Man.
What was it?
Dude, don't show it. Don't show a screen, bro. Don't show a screen, man. I gotta have you if you're gonna be on the stream, man. I gotta have you.
That's like 101, man.
Yeah, dude, you can't show the screen like that, man. Like, it's one thing. Like,
I got my account deleted for showing WWE clips.
No, I appreciate you guys seeing that, because I'm trying to look at a bunch of other stuff at the same time and like make sure that I'm checking the stream stuff. Dude, Alex, you're good, man. You're good, or Axel, I'm sorry, you're good, man. I just don't want you to get us like
okay. Should have told me. Someone should have told me.
Warner Bros. Has already hurt us enough, man.
Yeah,
okay.
Dude. Yeah. They'll see something like that, and it just automatically the algorithm picks it up. And so
I thought I messed up at some point.
No. You're good. And I am mad at Jack, so don't worry about that. I just, like I said, we just gotta keep it on the chill, because it's a live stream. So no, you're good. So Marcus, I don't know who that is. Marcus is talking about somebody's Black Cat, but I don't know who she is.
Black Cat is one of the love interests of
No, I mean, I know. I'm sorry. No, I know who Black Cat is. No, I was saying Sydney Sweeney. Who's Sydney Sweeney?
Sydney Sweeney,
she's an actress.
Yeah, she's in Euphoria.
That played her in Amazing Spider-Man.
She's in Euphoria.
She's the blonde.
Yeah, she's the blonde.
Dude, that show is so hard. I cannot watch that show anymore. That show is like, wow, just wow.
Her as Black Cat. Somewhere
picture,
and
let me
off
see
in
it.
a distance, a dog barked.
I think
Max in the
I don't
street
think-
somewhere.
Enosh, you were talking about bad takes. Anthony Beltre has a pretty bad take. Scary Movie 3 is better than Scream 5.
I mean, the guy just said
What?
Toby sucks, so I'm pretty sure it's just his gimmick at this point to say bad things.
I think he's
Yeah.
trolling you.
Yeah, I think he's
Maybe
trolling.
he
I mean, the
thinks
guy
maybe
just
he
said Toby
thinks
sucks.
like
Scary
Black
Movie
Cat,
3
but for
was-
like
Ugh.
Black
Black
Cat for
Cat?
like which verse? Like that's my thing. It's like which verse?
She doesn't. I don't know if she looks
How
old
old-
enough.
well,
How old is
remember though how these guys look now, and when they get in the makeup chair and the wigs and the whatever and the post production, they can I don't know.
I don't
It
know,
all
man.
depends on too. A lot of this all depends on what kind of story whoever's writing or is telling too.
Yeah.
I guess. Yeah. No,
Well,
I don't know.
Andrew's
I
Black Cat.
yeah. I guess I don't see it. I just.
Yeah.
See, once again, and here's
her
another
as
thing.
Black
You
Cat.
could always say, well, who would you think is Black Cat? And then whatever person that might appeal to people may not fit the story that person that director is writing. So you would end up.
I wish I had a drop that went. Yeah, that's obvious.
But still, that's what fancasting. That's a chapter fancasting.
Got to shotgun this bonus over here. Come on.
I don't even know who's going to direct the next Spider-Man movie. Matter of fact, I don't even think Marvel knows who's going to direct the next Spider-Man movie.
Their director's directing
Yeah, I
Fast
think
and
they
Furious, right?
do.
The guy who did the
I
three.
keep seeing boycott something in chat. What is that?
Boycott the Batman.
Oh,
Boycott.
wow.
Hey, Lena Deli, we love you, man. Love you, bro. Hey, man. Thanks for being here. You guys go check this guy out. He's got some great music. He's an amazing guitar player. He's awesome.
Anytime, man.
He's rocking Morocco.
Love you guys.
Play.
Alright, man.
Literally
Love you,
rocking
Enosh.
Morocco. Thanks for being here, bro. Love you, bro.
Anytime, brother.
All right, man.
Take care of yourself.
You too, buddy.
Ciao, guys.
All right. Love Lena Deli. He's a good guy. He's a good guy.
I can play Ode to Joy on guitar. That's about it.
Oh, he's a good guy. Let's see.
Oh, and the Simpsons theme song. I can play some Simpsons.
Yeah, what was I? What were we looking for? Who had the bad take?
Anthony Beltre tried to say that Scary Movie 3 is better than Scream 5.
He's always
Among
going
other bad takes.
Horrible take.
I don't know about all that. Come on. I literally just pulled up your comment, Marcus. Like we literally just spent a whole time doing like talking about your thing. It takes a minute, bro. It takes a minute. Like
He wants it right now.
Yeah, no, right now.
Yeah, don't you know? Enosh is always 10 minutes behind in chat.
I can't even find Beltre's comment about that right now. Hold on a second. I'm trying to find it. Oh, here it is. Is this it? Better than Caden and Bradley. Oh wait, hold on. This is I think the After Effect, right?
Yeah.
They went after him after he put that one in.
Oh, okay. I'm trying. You think Scary Movie 3 is better than Scream 5? I haven't seen Scream 5 yet.
Mixed up in my head.
I have not seen Scream 5.
There are so many screams I can't even.
Which is Scary Movie 3? Which one was that?
Scream 5 is not streaming anywhere, is it?
No.
I think it's in theaters.
It's just in theaters. That's what I
Just
thought.
in theaters.
Yeah, I need to. Well, I've been out for the last week because with COVID. So the
He
entire.
says he's joking.
Yeah,
He's
he's
joking.
trolling. He's
Yeah.
still.
Okay.
Better be.
All right. All right, Beltre.
Anthony knows that.
Watch it, Beltre. We got our eyes on you. Watching you. I'm watching you, Beltre.
We're always watching Mike Wazowski.
Who watches The Watchmen? This motherfucker right here. That's right.
I need a season 2 of that show. I really need Linov to get off his ass.
Not gonna do it.
How was
Fine.
the-
It's fine the way it is. It does not need another season.
No, I need more.
No.
Yeah, it doesn't need a season 2.
Yeah, I want to.
I was gonna start watching
It's
it.
fine how it ended.
I was gonna start watching it, but then I saw a man that was painted blue.
That looked so stupid. I'm not.
Documentary
show is
man,
good.
I mean,
That looks so stupid.
I'm in a coke field rage.
I mean, there's more disturbing things about Dr. Manhattan than him being blue. I mean, there's other aspects of him that
Oh yeah,
are
but
offsetting.
oh yeah, but the blue one. That was the main one.
You know, he's just got a damn one there, you know. So, but no,
what was that? He's got a.
Yeah, he's just full funnel.
Kind
Both in the movie and the show.
Somebody's scared to say the word penis. I get it. Okay.
Oh, he's Dr. Manhattan. Dr. Manhattan song.
Dr. Manhattan.
Dr. Manhattan. How do you know he's a man?
Definitely tell he's a
touch my
man.
Manhattan.
And his giant.
Dr. Manhattan walks on the screen, and all of a sudden it's
Here's Johnny.
Is that what he calls
Oh,
it?
God.
That's what he calls it. All of a sudden, there's a fight in Dr. Manhattan's, black underwear. It's like,
I'm not locked in here with you.
You're locked in here with me.
And stay out of the showers.
I think there's so much story to tell with another season, personally, and it doesn't really need to involve Dr. Manhattan at this point. That story part is over, but there's a whole other, there's more stories to tell with Watchmen.
I want
the fact
more
that they
Rorschach.
branched off from the comics and 30 some odd years later and still kept it true to that source material as much as they did, right down to the squid monster and the night that it all went down. I mean, episode 5 of Watchmen is probably one of the best comic book episodes I've ever seen. A Little Fear of Lightning, if you ever get a chance to watch it, that was a Looking Glass's origin story. That is just great. I can watch that over and over again. But the whole series as a whole, that's the gold standard of comic book TV shows to me. That is a gold standard.
I just couldn't get through it. I got about halfway through it and I had to stop.
Really?
Yeah, it
Wow.
just was not my it was just not my cup of tea. It just
Yeah.
I don't know. And I love Watchmen. I love the movie. It just it started like I was into it. I was like, okay, this is cool. All right. And then it just died for me. And so like I didn't even get to see the end. Like I keep meaning to go back to it. Tiffany and I both keep meaning to go back to it, but it's like,
I mean, it had me from the first scene. I mean, with the Tulsa riots, I mean, all the way, the whole show for me, I know everybody's different, but it just captivated me from the way it opens up, the way Hooded Justice's entire story.
Scotty here says they passed on Manhattan's power by eating an egg. Justify that for me.
He explains it, actually. He actually
What?
gives you an explanation of how exactly
That's
theory.
true.
Yeah, it's a theory that he was discussing with the other character, Regina King's character, how that could happen, and that's how it's relevant. And then there's certain things that he does, and I don't know about you guys. I don't know how much you know the source material of Watchmen. In the book, in the comic books, and in the movie, they never illustrate his perception of time the way they do in the show. They explain it to you. You know that how he sees time, but they never illustrated as good as they did in that show, especially in the latter episodes. And I won't spoil it in case you do come back. There's certain things that happen throughout the show because of Dr. Manhattan's perception of time and the way they affect the story. It is excellent the way they did it, and they were never able to do that in the comic book, and they were never able to do that even in the Zack Snyder movie. They just were never able to do that. You knew that he could do it, but to hear that somebody can do something like that and to see it in action the way they did it in the show was just
William with some hot takes tonight, man. First me and William went at it. Now Cylon jumping in here. I know the source material at least as good as you, William.
Okay. I'm not saying he doesn't.
Sit back with your popcorn, your cold drink, and let's get back to doing what we do best. Arguing about the Snyder Cut. Stew!
Hey, Silent Scotty. As far as the interpretation of the source material, as far as staying true to the lineage, would you agree or disagree that the Watchmen show actually did a great job of it?
I think it did a pretty stellar job on it, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I was blown away.
Yeah,
I couldn't get into it. It's like I tried the first episode, second episode was like, I can't watch this anymore.
The closest thing I could really compare it to is probably like Dr. Sleep, the film, in comparison to Stanley Kubrick's original film, whereas the Dr. Sleep film also does a really solid job of being a successor to the novel that Stephen King did.
Dr. Sleep is underrated and actually very appreciated. That movie is fantastic for what it's done.
But the way it also homages the initial Kubrick
Well,
film
it
and
respects
the
the
Stephen
source
King story
material. It really respects
was really
the source.
well done. And I think Watchmen does a lot of the same within the television show by visually homaging certain things that Zack Snyder did, but also staying exquisitely true to the source material that Alan Moore and Dave Gibbons created.
Yeah, especially when it comes to a certain thing that happens, at the end of Watchmen, and that is portrayed throughout this. Like I said, you could not do it in the Watchmen movie because I thought that to explain what was going on as far as the squid monsters, I just think 2 hours and 45 minutes. You just did not have the time to spend on that. But when you had the series actually goes back to it and refers to it a few times, and it's relevant, at the end of the show. So, like I said, I can watch that show over and over again. And it was like I said, it had me captivated from the first scene. And I was sitting. I was sitting at the center. We had our screening room, and we had people. We were watching it live, and half of those people, and this was just on me, did not know that the Tulsa riots was a real thing. The thing that was depicted in the opening credits of the first episode. There were people that were sitting there watching this with me, who did not realize that was depicted 1921 Oklahoma. And they were blown away. They were like, that was happening back then. And we stayed like 2 hours after the premiere of the show just talking about a whole bunch of stuff. And that was one of them. These people were in their 40s and 50s too. These weren't like, uneducated dummies, but that kind of history had been hidden, from the main, from mainstream type stuff. And even, it just kind of got erased. And for him to bring up, and it's controversial no matter where it comes up, for you to bring it up as the first scenes of your show, I thought was a big, bold move. And then, Pam Smart's character, she plays Sally Jupiter, but an older version of her. I loved her throughout the whole damn thing. Every time she was on screen, she stole it. I mean, she's just a wisecracking, And then there's, like I said, the people I hated, I was supposed to hate. It was the Joffrey effect. Joffrey, I always wanted to. I wish they could bring Joffrey back and just keep killing him. And that's how I felt about some of these people in Watchmen. I just wanted them to die, and they all died the way they needed to. Bringing back the Raining Switch is not as correct. Yes, it does, because you're referencing things that are part of the original story. I mean, you may not like the way it was portrayed necessarily, like that's perception, but the raining squids, were part of the overall thing that Adrian Veidt was trying to do. He was trying to build fear so that everybody was fearing the common thing, and that was bringing the world together. Remember when he created it? We were on the edge of nuclear. We were at the 11th hour. We were on the edge of nuclear Armageddon, with the Cold War. Also remember that it's a Cold War story that's 30 years later. So I thought Damon Lindelof definitely respected, in my opinion.
It's also even called out in the series. Like, even I think Lady True even calls it out as like a regurgitated idea to just keep the masses afloat. Like even she calls it out as like, that's not a good idea.
Yeah, and so does he. Remember when he's putting them into the thing and they're being told?
Oh yeah, 100%. I've seen it a couple different times. It's a great show.
I just
don't think it warrants a second season.
I need more.
Yeah, Marcus, we ain't taking no chances, man, with that stuff. So,
and truthfully,
I'm glad you like it. I'll try to check it out myself, but we're not going to show it on here, man.
Show what? What's going on?
Oh, he wanted me to show some PlayStation Spider-Man clip or whatever, and I'm not going to do it. Manuel agrees with you. Says, I agree with William so much here. Watchmen was great, and I encourage you to finish it, Enosh. And then
if you get a chance, man, if the moment hits you,
Yeah. Cylon says, yes, William, it does, but having little scenes here and there that call back to the source material does not mean the show at large respected the source material.
The show at large in every aspect does. If you look at it from beginning to end, every aspect of that show harkens back to the original events of the original series. Everything. The people, Dr. Manhattan himself, because he hasn't been seen since then, everything harkens back. I mean, there are so many threads that from the Watchmen series that tie directly back to the comic. It's astonishing because a lot of like we were discussing, a lot of comic book properties take liberties to tell their narrative. He didn't this time. He tied every thread that he had in this current universe he was doing was tied back to something that was relevant to the actual miniseries, and he did it amazingly. And you just don't see that. You don't see that even the best comic book movies. You don't see that.
I kind of want to hear Williams, like I don't think you saw it, but it was like a message a bit earlier about like Rorschach's legacy, and I just want to know how you felt about it.
Oh, I love that. I love that because if you look at the character of Rorschach, the 80s version of that whole conspiracy thing, you know, they're all out to get me and nobody respects justice thing, was the way they distorted it to fit 2020 or whenever it was 2019 when it was released. The way they distorted, if Rorschach were to exist here and now, he would probably be thinking along. You probably wouldn't like Rorschach in the modern era because he was susceptible. If you read the comic, he was susceptible to a lot of awful things. He had a lot of very violent stereotypes that pretty much everybody was a criminal and deserved to have their ass beat, you know. And now if you juxtapose that character onto now, the way his character evolved into his little follower type people is a logical lineage. You know, I thought so at least. What's oh, you sleep.
Oh,
who is this dude, man?
Look at him. I can't watch it. I can't watch Justice League. I can't play GTA.
Good lord.
Come on, Enosh. Let me stream Justice League. Fine, I'm gonna go to bed.
You guys are
What the heck is that, Enosh?
Anyone got a cup of warm water?
Oh, this freaking ramen.
It's a rice cake.
Oh, okay. Rice cake.
Daddy Darkseid's gonna give you a pony.
He's back. There was a person in there called I Was a Bear saying, to me, a sequel needs to justify why it needs to exist. Watchmen never needed a sequel. And at no
Don't
point...
worry, bud. You're not the first person to fall asleep on this stream.
That's why I kind of like I left so abruptly like last night. I'd say I went ahead and sent the message and went off because I was feeling it and I didn't want to get embarrassed.
Here's my
I've
rule
been on
about...
streams with Max where Max was falling asleep. We had one guy, the guy who used to go under the name Tom Hanks Ballsack 69. He
what?
Yeah, I used to love it because he used to give in super chats just so I'd have to say his name. So it's hilarious. So he went by Tom Hanks Ballsack 69. He. And so he was on the show one night, and he was actually a really good guest. But we were all talking and everything, and all of a sudden he just fell asleep, and we could hear him snoring.
Yeah, I
and the show was done. The show was done, and we're just like, well, what do we do now, right? And so, like, you know, the show ends, and for those of you guys who don't know how this usually ends, what happens is when the broadcast ends, this becomes like with whoever's still here, it becomes like a Zoom call if we wanted it to, right? So you can use it privately or publicly. And so not everybody always knows that, by the way, either. Like I see people like a lot of times like the show will end and like they immediately leave, and then like there's like a couple people and stuff, and then like I think William for the longest time you kept leaving because you didn't know that we were going to still be here.
I thought that was
after
it.
the credits.
I didn't know that either.
Yeah, because I can just hit. I play an ends credits, but I can just hit end broadcast, and we'll just still all be here. And we can all still talk to each other, but we're just not over the air. And so it's funny because William used to leave like right away, and that's fine if you guys leave, that's fine. I just, I mean, usually we just say goodnight anyways, but we end the broadcast and we're just like all sitting here and this guy is just sleeping and we're just like laughing our butts off. And so I literally put together like a little like thing that I put up on the screen, full screen, that when he woke up, he would see it that said Tom Hanks Ballsack 69. He. Thanks for being here tonight. Hope you got a good night's sleep.
That was funny.
Okay. But speaking of which, that was good. We're at the 4-hour mark right now. And man, we had a good stream. A lot of great people in here tonight. A lot of great people making their first appearance on here tonight. Brodan, I'm going to give you a chance once again to tell everybody where they can find you, sir.
You guys could find me. It's actually, I'll just search the name on YouTube. It's right here. I hope you can spell. But there's that. My Twitter, it's private for reasons of I started a lot of fights on Twitter. I will admit that. I was bored. I was really bored. And I really just wanted to piss people off for no reason. So I can admit it. I don't really care. So it's at Brodam's DMs only one. I'm only using it for DMing for collaboration. How am I gonna give you my Instagram right I do have Discord. I'll put that all in the community tabs. But yeah, that's where you can follow me. We just kind of cover everything. And FYI, do not piss any of the panelists off. You will be dealt with horribly. I'm just letting you know. If you come in trying to troll, it's not going to be good. I'm giving you warnings. Giving you straight warnings. And don't be playing movies on my
screen. Just checking. Just checking.
Okay, you can find me at Droga52 on YouTube, Twitter, just Axel Droga, and yeah.
Cool. And Phil, where can everybody find you, sir? When you're not like planning your next bombing?
Oh, Unfiltered. You can find me there.
Bombings, dude. We can go raiding.
Twitter, Vero, Instagram, just add Unfiltered. You can catch me on the Foreigners Network Friday or Saturday nights with the new show, Late Night Movies. I'm going to start that this weekend. That's going to be a lot of fun. You can also listen to my podcast, The Eternal Night and Superhero Stress, wherever you listen to your podcasts. And thanks again, Enosh. I was awake and I was like, oh, I'm sure Enosh's awake. Sure enough.
Heck yeah, man. You know it. Anybody else got a channel? Arkham Gaming, you got a channel, don't you?
Yeah, I have a channel. You can find me at Arkham Gaming YouTube, and you can find me on you can find me at Twitter at DC Comic Batman.
Nice.
And this guy up here is just stalking everybody, just waiting for his time, biding his time.
Well, he does. You can find me somewhere in Michigan robbing Enosh's stash.
Yeah, and me as the getaway driver.
Nah, Meg is already. He's already got.
Oh, there you go.
You know what? You'll know it's him. You'll know it's him because he'll have one of these sticking right out of his rear end.
Yeah. So, like, I gotta ask. So
you only see.
I call Fade my Mentac. Is William your Mentac?
What the hell? What's a Mentac?
What's a Mentac? I might be saying it wrong. I'm so fucking tired. Dune.
A mentor.
What time is it for you guys?
It is 5:20 in the morning for me.
2:20 in the morning for me.
9:20 p.m.
I'm going back to bed here in a minute. I think I work at 5.
Caden says William will go to Enosh and never come back. William will become part of the collection.
Right?
I will put William behind glass so that if anybody has any questions, you can just have them answered like Zoltar.
You know what? That's hilarious. I'm going to do a stream from your right where you're sitting to him. Like, hey, like,
you're on the West Coast, aren't you, William? You're in Vegas, right?
Yeah, I'm in Vegas.
Yeah, we should migrate out to the East Coast at some point and see what the Poindexter's Lounge looks like in reality.
Yeah, here you go, man. I need an extra hand taking all this stuff downstairs.
No problem.
As long as I get the cut of the Superman board, and
I'm stealing all your Dark Side figures.
Well, wait. Let those things first. Once I get in,
wait till you see what I'm buying Tiffany for her birthday. And we'll both be armed. That's all I got to say about that.
Okay.
We'll divvy up the stuff after I'm done, guys. Don't worry about it.
It's like Motel 6. If you're friend, that's great. But we'll leave the light on for you. It may be the last light you ever see. It may be the light at the end of the tunnel. But it'll be there for sure.
Like a bantha.
Like a bantha. Yes. You'll find your way out the window.
That looked like Axel.
What? Oh, you wanted it to be that.
No, I just said it looks like you because it kind of looked.
Just like to tease everybody a little bit, just tickling it a little bit.
I'm surprised Dawson lets you aim a camera at him.
Hey, man.
He's on
we
two
have fun.
different drops.
We have fun, man. We've had so much fun over the years, man. I
He
got
lives
plenty.
in Does he live in Michigan?
No. Dawson lives in Virginia, but
Oh,
you know
okay.
what? You know what? The important thing to remember is
Dawson is sexist.
But also,
we can get all the tickles, all of them.
Yeah. You know, and you guys were talking about, Watchmen and stuff. Dawson likes that.
It's like a lot of different tentacles and like massive stomach.
That's accurate.
Oh no.
Is that right?
I knew it as soon as it left my mouth. I was 5 when that
You
came
watch
out.
sci-fi,
Okay?
Pound it.
Found it.
Sounds like
You
Gomer
know, she got to
Pyle.
clip me from the other night when I was saying I'm waiting for your package.
Oh, yeah.
That was hilarious. You guys got to clip that. It was at 2:54, I believe.
Right, he remembers.
He knows the exact.
Yeah, I remember. Yeah, I looked at the time because I'm like,
You
this
clip
needs
it
to
and
be a
send it to
drop,
me then.
and I need to get on there.
That's like a 5-hour stream, man.
I know, man. I was like, there's so many, like, oh my
Does
gosh.
your butthole itch?
I blame the Poindexter Lounge 100%.
Okay, well,
I'm gonna start a fight with Saggy now. Just
you want to start a fight with Saggy, man? Just like pull up some of my stuff that I have on her. Let's see, I got all kinds of stuff. Like,
Well, I want you to put it in my ass.
Yeah, I would have done. I should have started something when she had her sister over on the stream, but I didn't want to be like too terrible. But
It's not that bad in there. It's it's constricting.
Ravage me, you rambunctious steed.
And now I hate that girl again. That was quick.
Wow.
You come in my face, I'm gonna fight you.
I'm just saying. Okay, so I got this clip. I played it at the beginning. I'm gonna play it here now. But we'll play this on the way out. Ladies and gentlemen, please make sure to like this video. If you've been here, if you've enjoyed even 1 second, even been entertained by me and William arguing or anything, or by Axel falling asleep or playing, things
GTA.
GTA 5.
Concerning things.
He is a pastor. It is not okay.
I think Axel is his girlfriend. We'll get him a girlfriend.
Hey, yeah. So just remember to please hit that like button on your way out, and I will leave you with this. Remember, guys, treat everybody with respect. There'll always be a place for you here in the Poindexter Lounge.
Oh, I'm getting picked out next week.
Stay nerdy.
Something new is coming to Poindexter Lounge. New voices, new personalities. If you think you know, you don't know Jack.